It's Tuesday, right? I think it's Tuesday. Hopefully you are warm and safe and all the things. That would be amazing if that's the deal. I don't even know what this thing is. Um, I don't know what this thing is I'm doing. Um, Hold on, you guys. TikTok has me doing something over here on this side of the world, so I don't know. It says loading something. I don't know what it is loading, but it is loading. Good morning. If you are joining me anywhere other than the tick of the talk, why is this doing this? Good morning, Sharon. Good morning, Dilgrave and PJ and Coolest Mom Ever and Katrina and Farah and Conchita and MJ Block and Blessed and Grateful and all of the people. Allie Nicole, good to see you as well. Folks, if you are joining me anywhere other than TikTok, please make sure that you say hello when you come into the room because I don't get to see when you join unless you do that thing. And then we can dive right in and have a conversation today. Good morning, Mary Shaw. Hey, Amy. What's up? Taryn, good morning. How are you? Peony GF, Cinderella, good to see you. 2409, Josephine. Glad to see you guys rolling on in here. A lot to talk about today. I'm quite sure there are going to be people who disagree. You're still shook. That means you joined in for the documentary last night and you are having a moment as a result of that documentary. I hear you. I got you 100%. What's up, Sunflower Fish? Yeah, it was a lot. If you were not able to join me, I think we ended up with like maybe 115 people that were able to join me last night and watch the Roger Stone documentary, A Storm Foretold. Yeah, and it went really, really well. Reality is different. Yeah, it's amazing what happens when you have an awareness and you have information and you have facts and you have things to go off on that you didn't know. Right, Amy, I got it. I'm going to show it again. I'm going to try to kind of move the times around and then, kind of go from there. You want to know why Roger said Jared should be arrested and jailed? Well, I think there's probably more than one reason, right? That would be my thought process. Good morning, Crystal. So here's what I would say about that is he said, I believe that his son Jared should be prosecuted. And then the very next phrase out of his mouth was, I want to know how money changed hands on Bannon. You know what I mean? So, so I don't know if there's a correlation between those two things or not. I just know those are the two sentences that he said back to back. So who knows, right? I think there's a lot to be said for, his comments at the end of that documentary. Good morning, Mindy B. So listen, I understand that my prompt is going to be, maybe triggering for some people. Good morning, Witch. Good morning, Sin. Good morning, Veronica. Guys, don't forget that today is our beloved Sandy's birthday, right? So she is our super person moderator. She is the caretaker of a lot of people in this community. She tries to keep me together and keep everybody else together as well. No, I didn't mean to do that. That was left over. It was a sticker left over from yesterday. So thank you, Red Hot, for that catch. So if we could all take a minute to tell Sandy happy birthday, that would be amazing. And we'll give Sandy a little birthday love, right? A little birthday. So over here, my grandbabies and so let me just kind of give it to you. So over here, it is my grandbabies that determine our happy birthdays that we do. And so this is our, just bear with me for a second, you all. This is the PJ Panda happy birthday song. And this is what we play when we have birthdays in this. I heard it was Sandy's birthday. I heard it was somebody's birthday. Yeah. PJ Panda birthday song, yeah. Today is your birthday, we gonna say it loud. Today is your birthday. I know you're so proud. It's Sandy's birthday, so we are wishing Sandy a happy birthday really quick, guys, before we dive in. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Yeah. Happy birthday to you. All right. So yeah. So we wanted to wish Sandy a happy birthday, and we really appreciate everything that she does and how she contributes to this community. All right. So listen, I understand that this prompt is going to be disruptive or triggering for some people or whatever, right? And the offer that I would make to you, good morning, Mary Esther. The offer that I would make to you is that if you want to have a real conversation about this prompt, if you want to discuss why this is my opinion, why maybe your opinion is different, then you can request to come to the panel to do that, right? I can check Mindy B and see. Give me 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna try to do some things with some captions real quick for folks and see if we are able to make that happen. Well, I'm not sure, Minnie B. Give me 1 second. All right, so folks, so listen. Let me go ahead and level set for folks. If you're new to my space, okay? If you are new to this space and you have never been in one of my lives before, do me a favor and put a 1 in the chat. If you've never been in here before, put a 1 in the chat. That would be great. That kind of helps me level set. Cam, shut up. Cam, shut up. We know good and well that you are not new to this space in any way, shape, or form, right? We do know that. Left to center, you're not new. Sandy's not new. Yeah, no. All right, so welcome to the folks that are new. Okay, so let me share with you what we do in this space. So one, we don't do the whole yelling, screaming, calling people names, any of those types of things, right? I ask for 4 things in this space. So I ask for people to be respectful, to not use slurs of any kind. Don't spam the comments. Like if you've got something that you want to say it, but don't say the same thing 4, 5, 6, 7 times because it's not good for the algorithm and it's not productive for conversation, right? And then then the last one is just don't type in all caps. And I know that one seems like, why does that matter? The reason why it matters is capitalization is reserved for all caps is reserved for my moderators in case there's something that I absolutely need to see. And then the second thing is that it is reserved for my folks that are vision impaired. So we have people that participate in this community that are vision impaired. And so we ask that people not type in all caps except for those individuals. Okay. And I think that just about sums it up. So as long as you can participate within those 4 guidelines, then we can have a conversation, right? We can absolutely do that. Now, let me turn this down and let me see if I can take care of captions over here. Mindy B, it won't do it because I'm already live, so I'll have to fix it on YouTube for the next time. Okay. So sorry about that. I literally am over there and it says that they're unavailable. And it might be because I'm streaming from Restream and I don't know. So I'll have to check those settings, lady. All right. So if you notice, so Johnny H, nowhere does this say that Democrats are going to save the United States of America. What it says is that saving the United States of America will require voting for Democrats. And those are 2 different things. They are 2 different things. So I did not say that it is going to be Democrats that save us. I said in order for us to save the country, it requires us voting for Democrats. And it's a different thing, right? And if you notice, I didn't say that it's the only thing. And there's a difference here. I am telling you that there are certain things that we the people are going to need to do in order to make sure that this experiment that we've had going for 250 plus years continues to exist, right? And that's going to be the conversation that people want to have. Now, here's going to be the thing, right? For those of you guys that are in the chat and are having the comments that you are. So Liam, this is not a live about God. And so if you could leave God and Jesus out of it, that would be great. Okay. I mean, unless you want to actually start like naming the gods that you're referencing, right? So if you want to talk about, if you want to talk about, you know, the goddess Bridget, if you want to talk about Zeus, if you want to talk about, like, you know what I mean? Like, this is not a religious live. And so you can have your own religious ideology, but it doesn't have anything to do with the conversation. And that's the thing that's really important here. Okay. So, Muzi, this does not say that Dems are going to fix anything. It's really interesting to me that you all read this, and what you read is that Democrats are going to save us. That's not what it says. It says saving the country is going to require, right? Is going to require voting for Democrats. That's what it says. And those are two different things, right? Voting for Democrats in 2026 is part of a strategy and a plan for the betterment of the entire country, and especially for regular people, right? So the average person. Liam, I'm not sure what you're talking about. That's what you're portraying, though. I'm not sure what you're referring to. So why don't we do this? Why don't we, because this might be helpful. So Liam, I went ahead and just invited you to the panel. That might be easier to do. Yeah, you're welcome, B Action. All right, Cam, no worries. It is Everett. Not everybody does it though. Maybe blessed and grateful, maybe. Definitely so. So yeah, so I think it's really important, folks, for people to so what's funny is that, hey, Jay Nice. Okay, so let me give you a little bit. You have to, if you are like Tom, for example. No, that's called a video, Johnny. It's a video. She's watching a video, Johnny. Yeah. So anyway, listen, if you are someone that is saying right now who you are going to vote for in 2028, I question you. Especially if you are saying who you are going to vote for in 2028 and 2032. And the reason why is you have no idea what the country is like at that time. You don't know who the candidates are going to be. You don't know what position we are going to be in. You don't know what the issues are going to be. You just don't know anything, right? And so the fact that you are saying things like Vance 2028, Vance 2032, it tells me you're not actually voting based on the country. You're not voting based on issues. You're not voting based on what is happening or what is best, right? Yeah. So if you notice, Steve, what I said is very specific, right? I said saving the country requires voting for Democrats specifically in 2026. So what I've given you is a very realistic time frame. So I said in 2026. Well, we are in 2026 currently, right now, right? What's up, DeAndre? Got it? And so what I'm doing, rather than saying I'm voting for someone 3 years from now or 5 years from now, when I don't really know what's going to be happening at that moment in time, I'm talking about a strategy that is necessary right now when we have an election coming up in less than 10 months. And so that part is really important. And so, like I said, if you desire to have a real conversation and an exchange about why that is necessary, what if you like a Republican better? So, well, right now, so Steve, sometimes when we come to voting for what is in the best interest of the country as a whole, it's really not about who you individually like better. I think as American citizens, sometimes we are spoiled and we think that we need to like or love or whatever the person that we're voting for. And that's not necessary. Sometimes what you have to do is vote for people that you may not care for because it's what's in the best interest of the country. And so I'm going to give you an example. Here's what I know is that the Republican Party in Congress, right, cannot be trusted to be a separate but equal branch of government. It is compromised today as Congress exists. It is compromised, and we see that, right? We see that when a presidential candidate can say to a branch of government, can say to GOP senators, do not pass particular legislation, right? Do not engage, do not pass, a particular piece of law because I need it to run on for my campaign, A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z. And those members of Congress do that. It's a problem. When your Congress is willing to not swear in an elected official for days upon days upon days upon days in order to avoid, right, being held accountable for and actually having what's up to those things are important, and it demonstrates that Congress is compromised. And so even if you were to like a particular Republican better, right now what we know is that as a whole that one Republican is part of an entire party. Okay. And so listen, guys, please don't try to tell me how to run this space. Okay. The trolls that are in here are actually very good for the algorithm. So what would be great is if we could just be adults and ignore the trolls. Because here's what I know. Anyone that's in this chat that has a real interest in talking about why this is so, right? Or why they don't believe this is so, then they know how to request to come here to the panel. The fact that they are not joining the conversation, the fact that they are not getting on the panel tells me they are here to distract and disrupt. And you are falling right into what they would love for you to do because you're worried about them. Okay. So again, I might have a particular Republican candidate that I like, right? But the reality is that they are part of a larger body. And that larger body cannot be trusted to do what is best in the interest of the American people. And we've seen that to be demonstrated, not just with not swearing in elected officials from Arizona. We've seen that in this one big barbaric bill. We've seen that in the refusal to fund SNAP benefits. We've seen that in so many different ways. And so the reality is, even if you like that one Republican, that party, especially that party in Congress, is compromised. And so for the best interest of the country, you can't add anything to their numbers. And that's my position. That's my justification. And so that's my response, right? So the reality is is it Morema? Morema, while you say that the saving the United States is not about sides, it's about decency and ethics and about caring for people. When you have a particular side that is in Congress and the measures that they are passing and the measures that they are voting against, right, is either taking away the humanity and decency of people, or they are voting for things to not care for people, right? Then, and that's coming from a particular side, then yes, ma'am, it is 100% absolutely about sides. Yeah. Absolutely. And so the reason that this prompt is here is because this is a conversation that people are going to have to get used to, because you don't get to be spoiled brats, right? You do not get to be spoiled brats and be like, well, I don't like Hakeem Jeffries. I don't care. I don't like him either. I don't care. I don't like him either. That has absolutely nothing to do what is necessary for our midterms this election, right? Good morning, Rhonda. How are you? Yeah, so Mothman, again, if you would like to discuss it, come on up here. It's not hard. This is not hard, right? Did I know that people were going to have a reaction to this? Sure, I did. But the question is after you have your initial reaction, are you capable of sitting back and taking an assessment of what the statement says? Are you able to do that? Are you able to take your prejudice, your bias, and even in some cases your bigotry? Are you able to take those three things, regardless of what they pertain to, set them aside and actually have the conversation? Right? That's the question, is are you able to actually have a conversation based on what is in the best interest for the majority of the people that live in this country? Right? And so you're going to have to kind of figure that out. You're going to have to figure that out. So, and Sky Surfer, if you're having a conversation about a state legislature, then that's an issue that you would want to take up on a state basis, right? This is a conversation about from a congressional, from a national perspective. Hey, Nance, hope you're healing and doing well, right? What's up, Ronnie? Good to see you. Okay. So the reality of the situation is that we are in the midterms. The margin in Congress in terms of the House. Good morning, Jennifer. The House's margin, I believe, has slipped down to one vote, if I'm not mistaken. Let me do. I can see if there's a double check or not. But give me 1 second. Um. All right. So yeah. So listen. Right now, what you have, if everyone were to show up in the House, if everyone were to show up in the House, um, and there was to be a vote after the win that just happened in Texas. Here's the deal. So if everyone showed up and they lost one vote, that would make it 217 to 215. If they lost two votes, that would make it a tie, which is a loss. So the margin in the House is down to one, because if they lose two, it's a tie, and that's the end of it. So, what does that mean for the rest of the country? It means that we are in, yeah, Laronica, you said, wow, you didn't know that. Yeah, this is why people need to pay attention. This is why the Republican Party and the GOP are kind of panicking as we head into midterms. Okay. Um, they are panicking as we head into midterms because they have lost the majority. They are losing their majority slowly but surely. They continue to lose in court. At every turn, they continue to lose in court. Now, I want you to follow me about this. What are the odds that you could get two members of the House to join the Democrats and impeach and remove Kristi Noem or RFK Jr. or Linda McMahon? I think the odds are pretty good. I think the odds are pretty good. And so that needs to be the path that we are headed down over the next 6 to 8 months, right? And so that's the part that is super important, and that for me is super encouraging, is super exciting, is super inspiring, because that, just think of where we were 14 months ago, right? So, well, there's already articles of impeachment on the table for Christy Nome, right? And if the Democratic Party was smart, they would be working um, on a way to be able to make that happen, and to get a handful of their Republican peers to get on board with that, right? Yeah. So let me offer this to anyone that is talking about a presidency based on the stock market. Okay, number one, um, your portfolio is not indicative of the rest of the country. Your singular solo portfolio is not indicative for the rest of the country. And no matter how well you believe your portfolio is doing, the portfolio of the billionaires and the centimillionaires that are friends with the president of the United States is doing much, much better, because he manipulates that market for their benefit and then brags about being able to get them hundreds of millions of dollars, right? And Well, it is true, because there's a recording of the president in the older Oval Office doing exactly what I just described. Good morning, Milton. Like, literally doing the exact thing that I just described, right? And so this is the thing, folks. If you're not willing to listen to facts, if you want to deny the actual existence of things, I'm not here to argue with you. I'm not here to argue with you about being in denial about reality. That's fine if that's who you choose to be and how you want to show up in this life. It's got nothing to do with me, right? And again, folks, your individual portfolio doesn't have anything to do with how the majority of the country is doing. And so I guess the first thing that I would say is, anybody that tells me the reason they are voting the way that they are voting is because of their individual stock portfolio, that just tells me pretty much all I need to know about who you are, because you're not interested in the entire country. You're not interested in your neighbor. You're not interested in the people that sit beside you at church. You're not interested in the folks that are part of the PTA or that help coach the little league where your kids play. You're not interested in your education system. You're not interested in any of those things, because if you were, your singular portfolio would not be part of the conversation, right? The fact that that's what you lead with tells me 100% exactly who you are as a human being, right? And so, I just don't think that's a flex, right? I don't believe that to be a flex. Now, when people, well, Michael, if you want to discuss it, come to the panel. Do you all see all of these? Well, you all don't. But if you all could see all of the comments that are happening over here on TikTok, and I mean, it is a plethora of comments from people saying all different types of things. What you don't see is them clicking the request button to come to the panel to actually have a conversation. That's what you don't see. That's what you don't see. Wild, isn't it? Wild, isn't it? And what's interesting about how people are behaving in this moment is not understanding the real impact on people. Good morning, Scott. Right? I think the first question that I would ask is, do you actually care about people? Do you care about the well-being of the country? You know, because that part's important, right? You said you don't like people storming churches. Great, pie guy. Nobody stormed churches. You should be happy. People did storm the Capitol, though. People did storm the Capitol, but nobody stormed churches. But yeah, yeah, there was a peaceful protest in church. Yeah, that happened. Hey, Jen, how are you? Yeah. So let me go ahead and give you guys the. I don't see you requesting. Where's the person that said that? Raul, I checked and I don't see you having requested. What's up? Welcome back, Cam. Good morning, Raul. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am fantastic. Um, okay, so you said you wanted to have a conversation.
Correct.
Sure. What you got?
So, last night I was like, went and paid my T-Mobile bill, and I saw like all these like random extra charges on there, and they were, listed off like a bill would be. And so I went and looked it up. So I, did the AI thing right quick just to, talk to it right quick and like get a quick answer. Like, what is that? And it basically led me down this like crazy rabbit hole where basically how everything is set up, like systematically, is definitely oppressing like the working people of America. So it's basically Congress is like absolute power. I mean, Trump, he can run around, he does his thing, like he can call his, whatever he's doing, just like he just added a CEO to the IRS. And so that being said, like he's basically trying to turn the IRS into a corporation so they are better at taking money from, working Americans who they deem didn't pay, avoided taxes, whatever. So he's setting that up in place by he overthrew the Senate. Like he didn't even get their permission to do this like he should have. And Congress allowed it. And basically, so all the like taxes that we pay, the amount that they take from us, all the loopholes that big corporations get, like, let's use T-Mobile, for instance. We were just talking about them. They are legally required, because they have a shareholder board, they are legally required to make maximum profits no matter if the people struggle. So like literally everybody here could be in famine and starving to death, but they're worried about their profits. And this is written into the law. You know what I'm saying? So if say, for instance, we try to, go against this, we can't. Like, we have no legal ground to do this.
Okay, what law are you talking about? Hey, Buffy, don't spam my comments, please. Buffy.
So it is the crap. I have the whole video saved. I don't want to like click off of here though. So basically, I agree with you to an aspect. Yes. I just feel because the main people who are trying to advocate against this, like Congress terms, for instance, Congress doesn't have terms. They write our laws. They write our tax code. They determine where our money goes. And for just a crazy example, like the Pentagon they just failed their 8th audit in a row, not accounting for $4 trillion of our tax money that we've paid. But you know, the elite want us fighting amongst each other about, you know, the presidential debate, about race, about, you know, rights and all that stuff. Like they want to push that on us, so we're not worried about, you know, what they're actually doing to us. But why I agree with what you're saying is there's three Congress members who are trying to, like, so basically to get Congress out, they have to vote against each other. But they're not going to do that because they are insider trading. So basically they can go into the stock market and put all their money on this certain trade and then pass a law that defeats their competitor, and then boom, they're boosted up. So there is three Congress people who are, you know, trying to advocate for our rights, and the only ones are Democrat. You know, there's a couple federal judges who are trying to, you know, expedite the process as well. You know, because there's a bunch of people who see that it's basically the federal government is basically a collections. Like, they feel that it is our duty to pay whatever taxes that they say that we need to pay. You know, and I really feel like that is the main thing that is oppressing us as a society in a whole. Mm-hmm. And for instance, like the thing like T-Mobile, they have the little random things I was seeing on my bill. Apparently, they have their little slogan set up saying that your monthly bill, your service plan will never change. So how they avoid that, not changing your service plan, is they tack fees onto the bill, because the fee's not your service bill. But Congress allows them to do this, and then get this too. The billion-dollar corporations that there are in America, they don't have to pay taxes until it's their net pay. Us as citizens, we are viewed as I forget what they call it. It's insane though. It's like money grabbing type of deal. Basically, they want to take as much from us as they can before we go spend it. But they give the same corporations who they are giving tax cuts to. For instance, T-Mobile, they just got the record-breaking profits last year alone. They raked in like $63 billion in revenue, but they only had to pay taxes on $10 billion of it, because they got to pay their employees, pay their CEOs, go out, and they are encouraged by Congress to buy like supercars, for instance. Like AI gave me the example, like they'll tell them to go out and buy a like $200,000 car to put that money back into the system. But really it doesn't, because you're going to a dealership and buying, you know what I'm saying? Like, that really doesn't do anything. So I agree. I feel like if, honestly, if, the whole Trump regime keeps going, like, we're definitely, like, he's leading us further into that. You know what I'm saying? Like, he wants more money from us.
Okay. So
to
let
support
me
his agendas.
Yeah. So let me back up and kind of handle a couple of things at a time. So number one, when we talk about junk fees on your T-Mobile bill, that is something that the Biden-Harris administration put through policy against those junk fees back in 2023.
And they just recanted it.
Well, they didn't recant it. That would be the Trump administration.
No. Congress did it.
Okay. So let me see. So a Biden policy is not law, right? So the White House, under the Biden-Harris administration, put forth policy on actions that the administration was doing to crack down on junk fees by cell phone companies. That is not the same thing as Congress passing a law around those particular fees, right? So when the Trump administration took actions to get rid of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the CFPB, you lost a lot of the teeth and the efforts to regulate large companies like like T-Mobile and so forth and so on when it comes to their junk fees. So here, let me give you just a little bit of and if you have if you so let me just give you a couple of things. So here's what happened in 2023. Okay, so the CFPB announced a new rule under their Credit Card Accountability, Responsibility, and Disclosure Act of 2009. So under that piece of legislation, they put forth a new rule. And it allowed credit card companies to charge fees. Now they amended that rule, that Regulation Z, which is the Truth in Lending Act, to better ensure that the late fees charged on credit card accounts are, quote, reasonable and proportional to the late payment as required under that particular law, right? So this was a proposal done under the Biden administration. Next, the Department of Commerce's National Telecommunications and Information Administration, the NTIA. They released a report addressing the current app store kind of like ecosystem and competition. There was a bunch of things that transpired. When you talk about the bottom line is when you talk about regulation of corporations, whether it's within regard to junk fees, whether it's banks having large overdraft fees, whether it's medical debt being on your credit report, when you talk about those things like that, yep, I got you, Sandy, right? Those are going to be things that the Democratic members of Congress and the last Democratic administration were in favor of, right? So when you hear, I don't know why I did that. When you hear people talk about less regulation, they don't mean for small business owners. They don't mean for making it easier for small business owners. They mean
for American workers.
They mean for large corporations to make a shit ton of money, right? And so that is a thing. And so it's just not built for the average individual or the average person. Give me a second. I'm trying to update this for TikTok real quick. And that's a problem.
I agree. So what they're proposing now is a new act that limits Congress term, but they propose their own to they want it to be a 3-term limit. So basically every term for them is 2 years. So they want to still be in office for 6 years. And they proposed for the Senate to have 2 terms, which 1 term for them is 6 years.
So let me say this about term limits. With regard to Congress, I don't support term limits. And I'll tell you the reason.
Not?
I'm going to tell you.
Once you have
if you'll let me finish my sentence, I'm going to tell you why. Okay. And the reason why I don't is because we, the people, are the term limits. What Americans want is a microwavable democracy, right? And here's my thing. If I have someone in Congress that is doing an incredible job and doing beautiful things for the people, I don't want them limited by some abstract law. The reality is the reason why we the people are the term limits. If there is someone in Congress that you do not want to be there, right? Vote them out.
Okay, so that's a great point. So if you live in a state that is primarily red or blue, you making that vote, say like, oh, I don't like this member who's representing my state. The state is red or blue. So
states aren't red or blue. And so let me just be clear about that. Okay. So for example, I'm from Tennessee. People believe that Tennessee is a quote unquote red state. Tennessee is a non-voting state. In 2022, less than, I think it was 35, 39% of the population, if that, actually voted in 2022. Right. And so states are not red or blue. Right. And this is what I'm saying. People want a lazy democracy. People want a democracy that you just put in a crock pot and it just cooks and things are easy. And that's not what's required to create a country and a society that is productive for everyone. It requires involvement. So I will give you an example. When we talk about one of the biggest impacts on your ability to vote people out is gerrymandering, right? So the question should become for every state person, every person running for the state legislature, right? The question is, do you support a law, right, blocking gerrymandering? And if they
Yes.
don't, I'm not asking you. I'm saying that's the question for everyone running for Congress. That's the question. And that's the question for your state representatives. The question is,
I'm gonna throw something else on there too.
Well, hold on. I'm going to finish my thought before you throw anything else on there. Okay. So if people want to impact your voter turnout in your area, then what has to absolutely happen is you have to be holding the people that are accountable on your state level responsible for the maps that are being created in your state, right? So very few people, like when you start to get on state levels and local levels, voter engagement decreases. And the reality is those are the races that have the greatest impact on your day-to-day life. So the question that I would ask for anyone that is talking about term limits and all of it, I would ask, when is the last time you looked at your state's maps, right, for your districts? When is the last time you had a conversation with your elected official about those maps? When is the last time you wrote a letter to the editor on a local, state, and national level about those maps? When is the last time you attempted to hold a government official in your district accountable for those maps?
So that's the thing. They wrote it into the law. They can't be held accountable.
That's bullshit. What are you talking about? They can't be held accountable.
They can't. Look
what do you mean by that?
So for the first point, if you have a politician who is a career politician, that's what they're worried about. They're not worried about the welfare of the citizens that they represent.
That's not the question that I asked you. The question that I specifically asked you, as someone who is concerned about term limits, the question that I specifically asked, and for anybody that is talking about term limits as if term limits in and of themselves is going to solve the problem. The question that I'm specifically asking is, when is the last time you looked at your district's maps? When is the last time you contacted your elected official about those maps? When is the last time, if your map was challenged in court by the ACLU or any other organization, when is the last time you dug into, when did you participate? Did you look up the facts of the case? Did you contact them as a constituent? Like, what are the actions that you took as an individual to hold your state level and your congressional level people accountable for the gerrymandered maps that they are creating? Have you ever done anything regarding gerrymandering?
No.
Okay, so this is my point. Most people have not. And if we really want a system that works, that actually works, then that's going to be what's required. So did you all know that there was legislation put forth in Congress to actually ban gerrymandering across the entire country? Did you all know that? And it was the Republican Party that voted against it. So why isn't everyone talking about that? Why are we not making an example? Why are we not holding those people accountable for those things? Because guess what? You reduce gerrymandering, you reduce the obstacles that are in the way to participating in voting, right? And guess what? You have higher voting turnout. And here's what we know. When you have higher voter turnout, progressive populist candidates win. And those people tend to run as Democrats.
So what I mean by the career politician aspect of it, if a congressman can go into Congress make the tax laws, give the corporations breaks, and they just passed an act like at the end of last year trying to push them to stop insider trading for them and their spouses and their children, trying to ban them, and they're trying to spread it to the president and the vice president. Because if you're in office for, let's say, there's a congressman who's been in there for 40 years right now. So just like you were saying about the gerrymandering, how much advocation has he given his state? You know, if he's giving big business tax break after tax break, and they just raised taxes on every working American now. It's, you know, this year predicted any average American, single American, will be paying 16 grand in taxes this year alone. They just raised it up, and that's a Congress matter. So if Congress is allowed to sit in Congress and make laws based on insider trading, because they have that power, they can do that. They're trying to take it away from them, and you just get filthy rich off of it. I feel like your position in Congress is no longer really about the people. It's about you lining your pocket.
And then the people need to vote them out. The question isn't why is that person? No, that is not, the term limits are not the solution, because do you know what happens? So what? You get that person out, and the next shitty person doing the exact same thing takes their place. Term limits are not, hold on a second. Term limits do not fix the issue. You all, so I don't know how many ways to say this to folks. You all want an easy fix. This is why the Republican Party fucking wins all day long.
So it's not
Because progressive, please stop interrupting me. Raw, stop interrupting me. God damn. I let you talk and talk and talk and talk, and every time I speak, you talk over me. And my name is not girl, my name is Dani. Be fucking respectful. Shit. Yeah, he ran because I raised my voice. I raised my voice because you're rude as fuck. And I don't care if you are progressive or not. I don't care if you're a Democrat or not. Don't be rude as fuck. Period. Listen, I don't know any other way to say this. This is why the Republican Party wins all the damn time. Because they are willing to do the work that progressives don't do. They actually invest in rural communities 24/7. They never, ever stop campaigning in small towns and rural communities, ever. They play the long game. They put in the work. They do what's necessary. You don't hear Republicans talking about anything. They worked 50 years to be in this moment. And what's crazy is it's just like really wild. So David, come join the panel. So folks, if you are talking about, right, I'm just saying, and they're crying over term limits. Term limits is not the core fix. Term limits are not the core fix. If you really want to put together a voting system that works, you must eliminate or at least drastically reduce the obstacles that prevent people from being able to vote. Number two, you must, right, they want automated democracy. They want chat GPT democracy is what they want. And then you have to outlaw gerrymandering. Next, you need campaign finance reform. like lickety split as quick as you can possibly make it happen, and you do those three things, right? And when I say removing obstacles to voting, what do I mean by that? So what I mean by that is the same way at the age of 18, we enroll our young men in selective service, is the same way at the age of 18, we should have automatic voter registration nationally. And there should be an ID mailed out to everybody, period. Automatic voter registration and a free voter ID when you turn 18. That's it. A free voter ID card when you turn 18. Hell, you could even put it into your public school system. You could even put it into your public school system as part of your senior curriculum about civics and government, right? What if, as part of your curriculum, you were teaching your seniors about the responsibility that is voting, about the history that it took for different groups of people to vote, right? So when we also talk about equity in our votings, in voting, okay? So, well, and so this is what I'm saying. When you say, why couldn't states do that? States could do this. States could do this on state levels, folks. Absolutely, talking to your state representatives. No, Matt, you don't force people to vote. What you do is make it easy for them to exercise that right. You don't force people to vote the same way you don't force people to have your type of healthcare choices, right? We don't force people. But what we do is make it easy for them to exercise the rights that they have. No. So let me just be clear. It's not forced registration, it's automatic registration. You don't have to exercise the right. You don't have to exercise the right to vote. It's not forced, JP. You're not doing shit. Nobody's forcing you to vote. When you are born, you get a social security card, do you not? Who forced you to get one? It's just what you got. And I'm telling you what I don't want to hear people talk about is being forced to do something and you're on a social media app. I don't want to hear you all whining about being forced to do something when you are literally on social media apps where you accept the terms of service or you don't use it. And it's the same thing to use your computers, to use software. I don't want to hear it. That's just silly talk. Right. So, well, it's not hard so let me give you this, Matt. So here's what I said, and this is pretty simple. Okay. What I said is automatic voter registration when you turn 18 years of age. That's it. The same way we have, hold on one second, folks. So, yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying, Rod, right? Is one step. So the way that I just talked about this was I talked about this. Please don't talk to Rick, you guys. Rick is only in here to be a distraction. I don't have a party affiliation, Philip. I don't have a party affiliation. I'm not a registered Democrat and I'm not a registered Republican. I don't have a party affiliation. Good morning, Evelyn. Yeah, folks, I don't have a party affiliation. But the prompt is very clear, right? Read the prompt. My prompt is very clear. My prompt did not say that you need to become a Democrat. That's not what my prompt said. My prompt said that saving this country will require people voting for Democrats in 2026. And I say that because it's just the reality. That's it. That's the reality. Period. I didn't say you have to like it. I didn't say you have to become a Democrat. I didn't have to say you have to love every single candidate. I didn't say anything. What I said is that in 2026, what is going to be critical in saving this country is voting for Democrats in the midterms. Because that is the only way to regain a somewhat functioning Congress that is not compromised by the current administration. That's what I said. Because currently, we do not have 3 separate but equal branches of government. We don't have that. And since we cannot twinkle our noses and fix the Supreme Court, since this is not a presidential election year where we can do anything about the administration, that leaves one branch of government that we must focus on in 2026. Because that one branch of government is able to provide the checks and balances for the administration. Period. It's that same Congress, by the way, that can impeach and remove members of the Supreme Court. That body that sits in the Capitol. The other ones? Okay. Right? And so that is what, can we just go ahead? Never mind, I'm going to do it myself because I'm tired of you.
So I know how to open that little box.
You do?
Yeah.
Do you need me to open that for you? Put that back. All right. So yes, Amy, you knew exactly. Y'all knew exactly who it was going to. Bleep, bleep, bye. Yeah. So Philip, but I don't have an affiliation for, I don't have a Democratic Party affiliation at all. And this prompt doesn't indicate that I do. Anybody who's around and listens to me for any length of time hears me be critical of any party, either party, both parties, and any member of Congress when it applies. Right? Because for me, it is about the country as a whole. It is about the people, not any particular party. Good morning, Deidre. Good morning, Michelle. Milton, I don't know what you mean. Can you send me your written thoughts? You're in the chat. And I'm just gonna be very, very honest. If you were to send me your opinion via a direct message, I'm probably not likely to see it because I have 3 separate inboxes just on each of my Facebook accounts, right? So I have the inbox from the people that I'm friends with. I have a message request inbox, and then they filter it to a 3rd spam inbox. So I don't even see half of what comes through Facebook. And same thing for all the others. So, what you can do if you want to join this panel is do so via this link. Can one of my mods grab the link that's on YouTube and throw it into the comments over on Facebook? So, folks, listen. Are you guys arguing with bots? Because God, I hope not. So here's the thing. One of the things that is really important about this year is understanding and getting used to sitting with this statement. Okay? This is the statement that people are going to have to just sit with and lean into. Whether you like it or not, whether it makes you comfortable or not, you're going to have to sit with this statement. What this statement doesn't say is that Democrats are going to save the country. That's not what it says. It says saving the country requires voting for Democrats in 2026. And that is not all that it requires. And that is not, let me say it again, that is not all that it requires. Now, thank you, Amy. When you talk about things like your tax dollars, I don't want to hear shit about people whining about what your tax dollars are used for. Do you want to know why I don't? Your tax dollars have been used to deport American citizens. Your tax dollars have been used to drag pregnant women down the street. Your tax dollars have been used to violate the Fourth Amendment, the First Amendment, the 14th Amendment, the Fifth Amendment. I don't want to hear shit about you whining about what your tax dollars are used for. Because under this administration, your tax dollars have been weaponized against you. Period. So you can miss me with every bit of that bullshit. Come on, Jeff. Come to the panel. I bet you won't. I didn't think so. Yeah. I mean, right, they don't, which we know they don't. 100% they don't. Folks, I want to go back to the conversation about the three things. Maddie, do you live in Virginia? Do you live in Virginia, Maddie? I don't have to read the UCLA study. I already know about deporting people without due process, not just under Biden, but also under Obama. I'm aware of expedited removal, which is the process through which both of those people removed people without due process. I am aware that expedited removal has been expanded under both Trump administrations twice, right? I am aware that under both of those administrations, the ACLU sued and complained. People were upset when both Joe Biden and Barack Obama utilized expedited removal to deport people without due process. So don't act like people didn't care. They did care, period. They were sued. Those administrations were sued. The thing is that most of you all talking about what Joe Biden did or what Barack Obama did with when unauthorized immigrants, you don't even know what mechanism they used. You're not even familiar with expedited removal. You don't know that expedited removal has been changed in 1996, in the 2000s, and under both Trump administrations. Why? Because you'd rather have a little juicy talking point or a little comment to throw in there to make you feel like you know something when you literally don't know shit. period. Yes, I can talk about expedited removal, Jody. So expedited removal is a part of Title 8. Title 8 is our immigration law. If you're not familiar with immigration law, right, and they were protesting expedited removal as well. Thank you, Philip. They sure were. So listen, expedited removal, let me see if I can find the timeline for you. All right. I think this will be a good little overview, and I can put this into did SCOTUS temporarily block the deportation of Haitians? I think I saw that a little thing come across a headline Don Juan with Katanji, so I'm guessing that's it. All right, so this is a great kind of overview from Immigration Forum, okay? And here's, let me give you a little bit of I'm just going to read it and share it with you, okay? So, are they going to do it in reverse? Let me see if I can. Whoops. I'm trying to find like a really quick, succinct one to give it to you. All right. So initially, the application of expedited removal was limited to non-citizens who arrived at a port of entry. In 2002, the government expanded the reach of expedited removal to apply to non-citizens who entered even by sea without inspection. 2 years later, expedited removal was expanded to also apply to those who crossed a land border without inspection and were encountered by immigration authorities both within, and this is the key, expedited removal was you had to be encountered by an immigration officer, and it had to have been within 2 weeks of their arrival and within 100 miles of the border. Okay, so follow me. If I crossed the border, whether by land, by sea, or at a port of entry, you would think that I would have been inspected. But let's just say that I get in, I'm not inspected, and 2 weeks later, right? I've only been here 2 weeks or less, and I'm still within 100 miles of the border. Those specific people could then be deported back and expedited removal. So expeditiously, every time I hear the word expeditiously, I think John Clark from Lean on Me. But they were expeditiously removed, right? Who did that? TikTok chose their own gifts. What the heck? Sorry, y'all. I'm like, what the heck? Okay, TikTok. You just doing the most. I have never seen TikTok just choose its own gifts and be like, girl, no, I know you said this, but let's do this. Okay, sorry. let me fix this real quick. Jeez. So that was originally expedited removal, Jody. Okay. And then it was expanded after that. Okay. And so this is the way that it worked. For more than a decade after that, we didn't change. We didn't change expedited removal at all. And then on 2 occasions, the government expanded the application of the expedited removal process to the full scope permitted by law from June 20th through March of 2022. And then again in January of 2025 to the present. Immigration officers have been authorized to, number one, if there was a non-citizen who arrived at a port of entry at any time, right? and is determined to be inadmissible for fraud or misrepresentation or lacking proper entry documents. Those people could be immediately removed. Or if they had entered without inspection by land or sea, was never admitted or paroled, and is encountered anywhere in the United States rather than that 100-mile limit, and they couldn't prove that they had been physically present for the 2 years preceding, right? Then they could also be removed. That is expedited removal. Okay. And so it changed drastically from being something that could be applied. They changed it from something that could be applied if you had been here 2 weeks or less and you were within 100 miles of the border, to something that was nationwide, right? And if you couldn't prove that you'd been here for the 2 years prior, that was an issue. Okay. And so that is the process that that was used. And people don't like expedited removal because, listen, expedited removal still says that you are not getting due process. And the Constitution says everyone is entitled to due process. So regardless of the administration, whether the administration has been Democratic or whether the administration has been Republican, any administration that has utilized expedited removal has been sued by the ACLU, has had immigration protests, and a lot of dissent around using that practice, regardless of the political party affiliation of the administration. So, all right. Right, Anissa. Once you are here and once you have a foot on U.S. soil, you are entitled to due process regardless of your status. Right? And so that's the issue. I want to go back to voting and the things that we are talking about. If we really want to be productive, right? If we really want to put things in place, hey Rebel, that are relevant, not relevant, but they why does it matter if I'm in Louisiana? Arthur, why does it matter if I'm in Louisiana? Does that help, Jody, by the way? Let me ask that question. Does it help? So what we need to talk about is the actual solutions to the election issues that we have currently. And the issues that we have are low voter turnout, right? Low voter turnout is going to be caused by several different things. It's going to be caused by obstacles to voting. How did Democrat control work out for you during Biden? Well, Dean, if you're asking me how did the Biden administration work out for the majority of the countries, fantastic, to be quite frank. I think it was the most for the people legislation that we've seen in decades. I think the Infrastructure Act, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act for veterans was astounding. And as a service-connected disabled veteran myself, the PACT Act was extremely impactful for lots of veterans across this country. It's been one of the best pieces. Matter of fact, the PACT Act did more good for veterans than the Mission Act or the Choice Act. Okay, so whether you're talking about Trump or Obama, the PACT Act under Joe Biden was better than both of those. No, I'm wearing a Stacey Abrams shirt, and I wear ball caps a ton because after I work out, I don't have time to fix my hair before I go live. Yeah, Shooter, it actually did have everything to do with Joe Biden. It actually did. Those were his policies that he worked with Congress to get passed. Yeah. So, and see, here's the difference between myself and people like Shooter is I can say that a piece that a policy under the Biden administration was good. I can also say that the Mission Act under Donald Trump was good. I can also say that the Choice Act under Obama was good. See how I can talk about a policy regardless of whose administration it was under, and that it was good for people? See, I can do that. It doesn't matter. Right? And that's important. So I want to make sure that you all understand something. When I talk about why it is going to be necessary to vote for Democrats in 2026, it's not just about regaining the majority in Congress and putting back into place a system of checks and balances, right? It's not just about that. It's about what the other option is, what the other party, what the other folks within this administration want for regular working people. And I don't know how many of you guys have listened to Dr. Oz lately. How many of you all have listened to Dr. Oz and understand that their intention is to make the average regular working person work earlier in their life, work longer in their life to create? Y'all haven't heard this? So let me just be clear. Let me play this clip for you. This is Dr. Oz, and he is telling you what they want us to be able to do. You ready? Listen. Matter of fact, I'm going to put it over here on this other one so I can actually play it louder. Hold on one second. This is my old laptop, and so the volume isn't as great. One second. Perfect. All right, so I'm going to share my screen over here so that you guys can see this. And then I'm going to turn this up for everybody. Okay, you ready? All right, so pay attention and listen, people. This is Dr. Oz.
If we could get the average American, because they feel healthy, they're vital, they're strong, they have agency over their future, to start working a year earlier, right out of high school, or work a year later, not retire, or work better during their lifetime because they're healthy, it would generate about $3 trillion. $3 trillion to the U.S. economy. That would more than remove the debt. It would provide us unbelievable strength because the taxes on that $3 trillion would allow us to keep Medicare Part A solvent, to make a trust fund. It would allow us to make Social Security healthier, tremendous downstream benefits. But to do that, you actually have to invest in making sure people want to work the extra year.
So in other words, we want you to be healthier, not so that you can enjoy your life, not so that you can spend more time with your family, not so that you can rest and recuperate. We want you to be healthier so that you can work harder for rich people. Right out of high school, a year or longer, not retire at all, so that you can take care of the debt that they created. Not let's tax the multi-billionaires and the centimillionaires. No, let's tell Americans you're going to be healthier so you can work harder, because damn it, you lowly people don't work hard enough already for us. That is the agenda of this administration. That is the agenda. That is the thought process behind these folks. It truly is a class, us against them. All they want you to do is to provide their labor so that they can enjoy their lives and they can continue to take care of themselves and their families. Did you know that every single year, the most that you can pay into Social Security is $176,000? Like, that's the cap. Did you know that? And that cap is the same no matter how much money you make. No matter how much money you make, that cap is the same. So for the average American, hold on a second. I don't know what I just said. I don't know what I just said. So let me just, yes, baby. Are you? You always are. You want to get some yogurt?
Just 20 minutes.
Yeah, so no, this is per year. Yeah, this is per year. Yes, baby. Okay, it's not time for those yet, baby, but soon, okay? You just had some cheese eggs and some fruit snacks. You can have a granola bar. You can have some yogurt. You can have a biscuit, even though you probably don't want a biscuit. But you want to get some yogurt? Or you want an orange? I'll peel it for you. Okay, go get a yogurt then.
How do you peeled it? Oh, the small ones.
Right. So, right, y'all, the snacks. So Meller, don't type in all caps, please. Karma's hand, the midterms are happening. The midterms are happening. I don't know why you would ever say something like that. Yes, Shannon, 100%. Well, I warned you. Bye. All right. So again, when Sandy, you and I did the same thing. So listen, folks, when you are listening to the things that they are saying, it is not for the average person. You just don't see why the burden is on the voters. Well, because it's our country. Don't you want a country where the people have the power? Because if the people fully operate in and are responsible in their voting, right, then you have an establishment that takes care of the people. So hey, Karma, this is probably not the live for you. And I mean this and I'm just being very sincere. I don't do doom and gloom, apocalyptic bullshit. I just don't do it. It's not helpful. It doesn't encourage people to actually do something. And if that's all you want to do, right? If that's all you want to do, this is not the live for you. Okay? Yeah, so I'm just going to be very clear about something, you guys. Yeah, well, you can say that you're a student of history. I don't really know what that means. I listen to historians all the time. So, for example, I listen to Heather Cox Richardson a lot. She's a historian and is well versed. And what I find is that anyone who says, oh, this is the only solution is not a voice that I can trust, because there's always more than one option for something. And if the person that is giving an option, you're okay? You want me to help you? Right? And that option is honestly, let me just give you this. So, where are you? Why don't you join the panel and we can flesh this out? You want me to help you? Put that in the trash. Why don't you? I sent you an invitation to join the panel. There you go. Perfect. Okay. So because you said the only option is revolution. Can you lay out succinctly? Can I finish? Can I finish my statement? Please don't talk over me. Hold on. This is what I'm going to ask you for. What I would like for you to be able to do for me is articulate. No, you left. Okay, cool. Holy geez. So the question that I wanted answered is, what is revolution? That's what I wanted answered, is what is revolution? People who talk about revolution, my question is, what do you mean by that? What does revolution look like for you? What does revolution involve? Because what I find is that most people that are out there talking about there needs to be a revolution are talking about it while other people are actually making the revolution happen. Right? People who talk about revolution simply are just talk about it most times. And then the people who are actually doing the revolution, they don't have time to talk about there needs to be a revolution because they're busy revolting. And so that's why what I wanted to ask Karma was, what is revolution to you? What does that look like? How does it play out? Right? I'm very well versed in Malcolm X. I also understand, Jet Virus, that today is, I didn't ask you to join the Democratic Party. Okay, Jody. Right? Malcolm X. So here's what I understand about people that are wise. I'm not on anybody's plantation. I'm actually not a Democrat. So what I would ask you is, why do you make assumptions? Because of what my background says. So what does my background say? Like, read my background. Where does my background say become a Democrat? It doesn't. Nor does my background say I am a Democrat. Nor does it say Democrats are going to save the country. That's not what my background says. What I really recommend, folks, is that you read to comprehend and understand the message rather than reading to respond or half-ass reading to react. That's what I recommend. Now, some of you all won't do that because what's the fun in that? What's the fun in that? But that's the purpose. I'm not left or right. Again, that doesn't say I'm left or right. This is what tickles me about people. Yeah, folks, listen. It is wild to me that this isn't about good people or bad people. Guys, there are good people and bad people in your own family. There are good people and bad people. Matter of fact, let me just tell you something. You are a good and a bad person, depending upon the circumstances and what you got going on in your life. I bet you if I talk to different people in your life, I bet you if I talk to your ex might say you're a bad person. If I talk to your current person, they might be like, fuck, that's a good person. Like, real talk. Depending upon who you talk to, I might be good and bad. Why? Because that's duality. Each of us has negative and positive within us. It's duality. That's just who we are. And who wins is the one that you feed the most. Period. Period. And this idea, I am not saying that every Republican is bad. What I am saying is that collectively, the Republican Party is doing damage and is unwilling to stand up to this administration, right? So even the quote unquote people doing good within the Republican Party don't matter. Even those folks don't matter because they're not doing enough. And I've already been down this road with this party. I've been down this road in this party in 2020. When I watched Kevin McCarthy, when I watched Lindsey Graham, when I watched all of those folks saying out loud, Joe Biden lost the election, Trump won the election, do what you have to, fight, da 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 da, right? Knowing what was going to take place. And then all of a sudden, Mike Pence wants to be the hero because he didn't do the final thing to overturn the country. That's wild to me. See, to me, to be a patriot would have said, oh shit, there's an illegal plan to overthrow the government of the United States of America. Maybe I need to get in touch with some folks to make some shit happen. Right? You don't get credit. You knew. The only reason you didn't participate in the plan is because your personal attorney said, no, Mr. Vice President, it's illegal. You cannot do that. But you didn't do shit to stop it. You didn't do anything to stop it, Mike Pence. You literally could have gone on national TV in advance and said, these are the things that are taking place. We need to invoke the 25th. You could have, but you didn't. So for me, I don't find any heroes within the GOP and not for the last, I don't know, 10, 12 years. Not since John McCain. Like it or not. And what I find is that many of these folks are resigning or not running, and yet straight up still participating. Straight up still participating. What did Roger Stone say? Matt Gaetz was fine with this when he knew it would save him, when he thought it would save him. So, Michelle, you just sound silly. Because nowhere does my thing say blue no matter who, get whatever. Can y'all read? It says saving the United States requires voting for Democrats in 2026. That doesn't mean don't go get better candidates. That doesn't mean don't go primary Democrats. It doesn't mean anything other than what it says. I think some of y'all just want to argue. And for no good reason. Right. Even if you don't like them. Exactly. Because you don't have to like every person that you vote for. It is not about your personal preference. It's really not. It's about what is in the best interest of the country. And Michelle, I think you can't defend your arguments because if you could, you would have accepted the invitation I gave you to join the panel, but you didn't. So I don't know about some of y'all, but I believe that you can't defend your position because you didn't accept the invitation to the panel, Michelle. Right? So I'm just speaking specifically about you. I mean, I'm open to being surprised, Michelle. Go ahead and request to come to the panel. No? I didn't think so. Mrs. JK, I don't know what that means. When you say you vote for harm reduction, not party. Like, tell me, can you share with me how that is relevant to this prompt today? That's what I'd be interested in hearing, is how is what you just said relevant? Folks, listen. You don't until you have a conversation with them, Sin. You don't until you have a conversation with them. Sin was asking me, how do you know who is reachable? Oh, you were just answering someone? I got you, Miss J. Yeah, I mean, I am the GOAT. If you want to talk about that, feel free to join the panel. So, folks, listen. If you are being honest, reasonable, factual, you would be able to acknowledge that Congress and our Supreme Court are compromised. And if that is the case, right? If that is the case, that leaves only one branch of government that can be utilized to restore the checks and balances. And the beautiful thing about that, the exciting thing about that, is we get to vote on that branch of government today. Not today, but this year, right? We get to vote on that. We don't get to vote for a president this year. We don't ever get to vote for Supreme Court justices, right? What we do get to do is vote for the people in Congress, right? And we get to do that this year. And so that means we have an opportunity, if we want different candidates, to put different candidates in there. If you don't like the Democrats in office, primary them, right? You have an opportunity this year in 10 months to restore congressional checks and balance. It's not going to be a perfect solution because we didn't get here overnight, right? We didn't get here overnight. One election isn't going to fix everything, right? But this is going to be part of the process. So what I'm going to do, folks, is I'm going to open up the panel. I'm going to bring up a couple of people and we'll continue to have this conversation. Okay.
Hey.
What's up, Island Boy? How are you?
I haven't been with you in a minute, but I listen to you all the time. I don't always get a chance to come up. But yeah, I listen to you. So the thing that people seem to understand is a basic misunderstanding of civics, right? Okay. The primary is where you get to agitate and wreck shop, and you get to change out the Democrats that you don't like.
And the Republicans and anybody else. Yeah.
And the Republicans. The primary is where you get that. And for you lurking Green Party folks.
Yep.
If
Mila.
you really wanted to get one of your people on the ballot, you need to do the work prior to when the primary comes up so that people know who you are in the community and in the state so you can get your party on the ballot so people can vote for you in the primary. Don't show up like a cicada in the general because you're just a spoil at that point. I mean, she's a freaking cicada. I'm sorry, they show up as cicadas in the general. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, there's cicadas like. No, Joe Biden. You know, cicadas make that sound.
Yeah, I do.
When they come out of the ground, right? And they make that sound there all day, all night. That's her. She comes out with this word salad shit, and they're like, yeah, that's a viable option. No, they're not a viable option, but they can't win. They didn't do the work, so that they're, you know, the metaphor I like to use. Okay, you know, like when we had COVID, right?
Mm-hmm.
We eventually had what we have now, which is herd immunity.
Yes.
Because so many people had it, there's a
resistance.
certain level.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Resistance within the wider community. Everybody has had it, or been vaccinated, or been got the boosters, right?
Mm-hmm.
Green Party folks and other third party folks, you need to basically infect the public with who the fuck you are, what you stand for, long term, long before the event horizon, long before it's time for us to write policy. Quote unquote. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yep, I do.
You know?
Yeah.
Right. So that's what they're not doing. But now is the time to swap out the Democrats. So you agitate right now. If you want to swap out your Democrat, now is the time. But once that primary's over, then somebody mentioned harm reduction. Then it's about harm reduction. Because if your guy you wanted in the primary didn't win,
doesn't matter.
Okay. You know, sucks. I didn't get what I wanted, but guess what? Big boy, big girl pants on. Who do I want more or less in control? And it's that. It's about harm reduction. It's kind of simple, but I don't know, people get all, you know, I don't get it.
You know,
and that's why we are where we are.
Yes. And this is what I'm saying. So let me tell you something about the Republican Party. One of the things that they have done a phenomenal job of doing is they get their people together. They get their people together, right? So, so if they say this is the person that's the candidate, that's the damn candidate, folks. That's the candidate, and they get behind that person and they do what is necessary to ensure that person wins. Democrats don't do that. Democrats, they don't do that. And that is part of the problem. Because it's like, oh, well, this person didn't win. And so, but you know, this person was better. So I'm just not going to vote at all. Or I'm going to vote, but I'm going to write this other person's name in. And you are literally doing harm because you can't get on board with the actual agenda. And the agenda doesn't have to be, oh, I love Democrats. I am not a registered Democrat, nor am I a registered Republican. I have voted for both in my lifetime, right? What I understand 100% in this moment is that the Republican Party does not exist in the manner that it used to exist. It does not. No, it has been hijacked. And the people that have hijacked the Republican Party have an extreme agenda. And it is an extreme agenda that is driven by Christian nationalism and Zionist, Christian Zionists. And it is and listen, folks.
White supremacy.
Yep.
Open, naked white supremacy, white nationalists. Can't forget that.
Nope.
They're about that great replacement theory.
They are.
They're about that mess. People that look like you and I, we're a threat to them. Because it's like, we're a threat to them because they think that this country was founded to them. They're on that manifest destiny shit still.
Yes.
This country was made for them, for whitey people. And we think we deserve to continually be electorally and sociopolitically viable based on the strength of our naked and open whitey supremacist appeals. And black and brown people, the more black and brown people vote, they're going to vote against that because they're not going to vote for us whitey supremacists. And
Right.
we see, and right now they had an article, a news article, they had an article and a news broadcast. They're having more babies than us.
Yes.
The majority of babies in this country, even though the fertility rate has been declining across all groups, the majority of babies in this country right now is now where non-white babies in this country are over 50%. And whitey babies, or people considered white babies in the country, are under 50%. They're like 49, low 49, so
Yep.
something. Right?
Yep.
So this is what they're afraid of. Because they know if you're oppressing somebody, there's no way you can get the people you're oppressing to vote for the oppressor if they have the chance. It's not going to happen. It's human nature. You're harming me. Why the hell would I go towards you? Except if you're a Malanchista or you're a raccoon. You know what I'm saying? All right? Okay? All right? If you're one of those. So, but they're a minority in the various communities. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But by and large, we're not going to vote. And my children come up, my children know already. And my kid is 13, the other one's 5. The 13-year-old know what time it is already. All right?
Mm-hmm.
He understands. He's dealing with race issues in his junior high already. I'm like, I've had issues with him in junior high. So why would I vote? Why would I raise my kids to support something like that that's oppressing him? My wife got called the N-word in front of our house.
Mm-hmm.
This guy's rolled up in front, rolled on his window, screamed all the N-word and sped away like a coward. Like, why would I vote for people why would I vote for that to be permitted? Why would I vote for that to be greenlit? And if we're having more babies, eventually, that kind of behavior is not going to be socio-culturally or socio-politically allowed. And people who greenlight that stuff and people who agree with that stuff are going to lose elections irrevocably, constantly. And that is what they're afraid of. So those who don't activate in the primary and then want to be I vote my morals in the general, you are greenlighting that stuff. You're like lube for white supremacy being offing you. Okay, that's what you're doing.
And so, and when he's so somebody said explain primaries. Okay, so listen, we have when you talk about our election systems. Okay, so let's just say that the general election, which is what you would think of like the main event, that happens in November, right? That's the main event. Okay, but let's just say that for every party, you've got other people that you think might fight. So like, okay, so I used to be a bit of a boxing fan. So let me just give it to you like this. So let's just say that come November, we're going to have a boxing match. Okay. And we know that, right. It's like the playoffs. It's like the Super Bowl. You got it. So you know how y'all have, so if you're in the NFL, you've got what is it? You got Western Conference, Eastern Conference, you got all the different damn leagues, American Football League, right? Ain't that one of them? National Football League. You got all these different leagues. Anyway, let's just do West Coast, East Coast. Okay. West Coast, East Coast. And I might have, I'm jumping all around in my examples, but so let's just say on the West Coast, I need to have, I've got Tupac as an option. I got Snoop as an option, right? Those are my West Coast options, okay? On the East Coast, I got Jay-Z as an option, and I got Biggie as an option, right? That's my East Coast option. And the primary is when you decide who is going to be in the general in November. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have Tupac and Snoop battle, right? Which that's not really a battle. Tupac's winning every time. But I'm going to have them battling their primaries. Just saying. And then I'm going to have I'm gonna have Snoop and Pac. They're gonna battle in their primaries, right? And then the winner of that bout is gonna go on to the general election. And I'm gonna do the same thing over here with Jay-Z and Biggie, right? Girl, Drake ain't nowhere in this shit. Drake ain't battling nobody. He going back to Canada where they do nice lyrics.
Drake, please,
written
man.
by their ghostwriters.
Let me even start on Drake, man.
But
I never liked his music, and I think he's a punk B
he
for how
is.
he acted because Kendrick Lamar, like, oh my God, Kendrick Lamar, that had
Own him.
so lovely.
Yeah. So again, then you're gonna have the winner. So then you end up at the general election with Tupac versus Biggie. That's how your elections work. So within your party, when you are primarying, right? If you got 3 or 4 people that believe they would be the best senator for your state, then those 3 or 4 people compete against each other in the primary for that party to become that candidate. That's it. And then once the primary is over, folks, whoever wins, that's who you're voting for. Because at the end of the day, you might have beef within your family, right? But once you step outside the door, you supporting your household over the other household, because the other household in this particular case is working diligently to take away your rights, your humanity. They are trampling all over the Constitution, like all different types of things. So this is not about whether or not I love the Democratic Party, because let me just be clear. If y'all don't hear me say this enough, the Democratic Party is on my damn nerves. 100%. Oh my God, y'all do so much shit.
Say it again.
I can't with y'all. You make
Say it again for those in the back.
Yes.
They are my damn nerves. Like, I've had them blue no matter who folks be mad at me, because I be ripping Democrats all the time. I've done so many videos on my platform where I'm ripping the shit out of Democrats.
Yes.
And they're like, oh, you're voter suppressing. You're voter suppressing. The mere fact I'm talking about them means I give a shit still.
That's the difference between patriotism and nationalism. That is the difference between patriotism and partyism, right? I am not married to a party. So here's the thing. If I am on the side of progressives, if I am on the side of Dems, that means I want the Democratic Party to be better, which means I'm going to hold you to account, which means when you hold a fucking public hearing and you have an opportunity to let the world listen to Jack Smith, you do not use 4 of the 5 fucking minutes to grandstand, listen to yourself, and get your social media clips. It means you shut the fuck up, you ask specific open-ended questions, and you allow Jack Smith to do what Jack does.
Thank you. Because, the GOP came with their talking points, their little reductive ways they were coming to.
Yeah.
Oh, yes or no question. Yes or no. Which is like, it's so irritating, because, like, and then they come off to their supporters like, yeah, he had no Jack Smith. He had no Jack Smith. No, he didn't. He didn't allow Jack Smith to explain something that can't be explained with a yes or no answer.
Correct.
Okay?
Yep.
He didn't allow him to finish what can't be explained yes or no answer. And, if we talk about Democrats, another problem I have with Democrats, I find they fight harder against their progressive members who are saying the right things than they do against the Republicans. Yep. Because they're always worried about what the Republicans are going to do to them when they get back in control or when it's their turn. And I'm like, the Republicans do it to you anyway.
Yep. Yeah, you worried about Ike, and Ike's going to beat your ass regardless.
Yeah, he's addicted to that. He's like, it's like somebody that's sick.
Yeah.
Somebody that's sick in an abusive relationship, somebody's sick. It's like every time they have a bad day, they come home, you get a broken nose and a lip.
No matter what. It doesn't matter how good you sing. It doesn't matter if you made a new song. It doesn't matter if you cooked the thing. Listen, the abuser is going to abuse because that's what the abuser does.
Yeah.
Period.
And you cannot cater to that anymore. You cannot spend your life tiptoeing around the abuser.
Right.
You cannot.
No, you cannot.
You cannot cater to a bully. How I dealt with bullies back in the day, you click in the forehead or click across the jaw. That's what how you dealt with bullies back in the day. You scrap.
Right.
That's how you deal with bullies.
Yeah. Listen, folks. So my point is this, right? The things that have to be handled. So over here on the Facebook side of the world, people are saying, no, you can't. We need people willing to compromise. Matthew, I would love for you to click the link and join the panel, because let me just say this. I don't think that you all understand that the people that are driving this boat have no interest in compromising. The GOP agenda has no interest in compromising. They literally are saying they are at war and we are the enemy. They believe they are in a battle for the soul and the salvation of this country. When you have people that believe that they are doing something because of their faith, because God says that this is what they should do, these people do not compromise. Did you see anybody trying to compromise with Jim Jones? No. You know what you do? You talk to the people that are there, because there are people that know this shit ain't right. You find out who those people are, y'all make a plan, and you depart, and you save who you can, and you keep it pushing. And this is where we are. If you want to save this country, somebody said, save it from what? Listen, I'm not going to use big words, because I think when people say authoritarianism, that doesn't mean anything to Americans, because we've never lived it. Other countries know what we mean when we say things like dictatorship, when we say things like authoritarianism, when we say things like fascism. Other countries around the globe get it because they have experienced it or they have witnessed it firsthand with their neighbors, right? And that's the difference. Americans, all you've ever had, especially white Americans, all you've ever had is liberty and justice for all. That's why some of y'all freaking the fuck out. Like literally, this is why some of you all for the first time are going, oh, but our rights, but our rights, but our rights. And black and brown people are like, welcome to the party.
Yup.
Been like this.
Again. Thank you. Tell them so again.
I've been saying this for a long time. Listen.
Tell them so again. I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah.
You know what's bittersweet about this time? I mean, I even made a video like late one night. I was in my fields and I was actually crying on video. I made a video late one night. It's like, we've been telling y'all about this system. It's not just police, but all the systems. That your systems are very anti-black and racist, but they're not going to stop with us. They're going to eat you too.
Yeah.
We've been warning all these other, like the whitey folks and other non-white groups who are aspirant white folks. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, proximity to power. Yeah, proximity to whiteness.
My friend, a message from Pontiac came up with this phrase, aspirant whites. I gotta give him credit for it. These aspirant whites groups, because it's within the culture too, because I'm from the Caribbean, I'm immersed in that aspirant white culture down there too. That model minority by a different label. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You know, we've been warning people, this is going to eat you too. Please stop. Please stop doing this. Please stop doing this. Please stop doing this. Please stop. We get phones. And another guy, Anger and Autism, did a video where he talked about, it's in 4K now. Yeah. Recorded 4K. And you have whitey folks and the other aspirant white folks saying, but what happened before the video? Oh, maybe you should have just complied. But, there has to be another story. No, police don't just do that, for no reason. Oh, but why did he run? It's always but. We showing you for it's still but we're like, it's going to eat you too. Please stop.
Let me say this to the people that are saying, and Matthew, I hear you when you say, oh, we need to vote in a whole new Congress. Let me tell you something, folks. We don't have, this is not the year for that. I just want to be really clear about something. This is not the year to not vote for a Democrat you don't like, or to not vote at all, or for a protest vote. I told you all that shit in 2024, and it is true today. Nobody has got time for your virtue signaling, your moral superiority. We need you to buckle down and do what Black and brown people have been doing their whole lives. Deal with people you don't even like, because that's the best option at the moment to prevent further harm. And some of y'all are like, I don't want to do that because you're not used to. You are used to having the privilege to vote for the people that you like. It is very rare. It is very rare that Black and brown people have been really excited to vote for people.
Very rare. We don't get that. We don't get that. We don't get that kind of privilege.
No.
You know, and like people that say, well, I'm going to vote my conscience. Or people who are actually, some of these pro-Palestinian folks said, well, you know what? America didn't listen to us about this stuff. And maybe that's what America deserves. You know, what's happening now is what America deserves for not listening to us. That to me, right, reeks of a certain kind of privilege, a certain kind of implied insulation from quote unquote whatever may come, you know, and that's messed up.
So here's my thought about folks that are saying, and I talk about this quite a bit because I am pro-Pally as hell. I am also in 2024. I was also pro Kamala Harris as well, because those two things were aligned. Right?
Me too.
No matter what people say, those two things were aligned. I have a couple of videos on my page that explain it clearly. But the reality is this, folks, okay? It is a privilege to vote your conscience. It is a privilege to vote for what is in the best interest of your household. Right? And I just really want people to understand something. I am not saying to you that I think the Democratic Party is amazing and fantastic and whatever, because quite frankly, I don't. I would love for them to be, but they are not. Right? I did choose her, bro, man. I did. Do you want to know why? Because in the primary, the ticket was a Biden-Harris ticket. Right? And so because I knew that it was a Biden-Harris ticket, that meant when I voted for Joe Biden, I cast my vote for Kamala Harris as well. Surely you understand that. And I know that you are not regurgitating an old-ass argument from 2024.
Oh, brother.
Right. I'm just saying, it's just the dumbest shit ever. It really is just the dumbest shit ever. Listen, folks.
Like that meme. Come on, dog.
Yeah, and every single one of the delegates gave her their vote at the DNC. Period. Right? So the reality is this, and it's just very simple. So here's what I'm going to offer. So, you're probably not even real. But anyway. All right, so listen, folks. You want me to play the video? Really, y'all? You want me to play the video? No, we don't want to play the video. Surely to goodness. But so let me just say this to everybody. Okay. When I talk about why we are where we are and what is necessary for 2026, when I say saving the United States requires voting for Democrats in 2026, even if you don't like them, that is a full sentence, right? That is a full sentence, and it's a hard stop.
It's a hard stop.
Yeah.
It's a hard stop, and it's a pill of solid, verifiable strategy.
100%.
Take that pill and down it with a cup of water. Close your eyes. Just do what.
Do some honey if you need to. Listen, if you need teaspoon of honey, teaspoon of vodka, whatever it is you need to get it down. You can add, listen, water, honey, Basil Hayden, whatever you need to get it down.
Take a shot.
Yeah.
Take a shot. Put some salt on your hand. Lick that salt. Down it. Do what you got to do.
Because this is what is necessary.
This is what needs to be done, man. Come
Right.
on.
It's like, do y'all remember back in the day, Island Boy, when you had to take castor oil, like VJ is saying?
Yep.
Yeah, if you
The
want
mom
to
used make
get
you
better.
drink that castor oil. That thing was the most vilest thing. Oh my God.
Right.
You bring back memories.
But if you want to get better, it is what's required. And so the medicine for Congress right now is a Democratic majority. And the focus is a Democratic majority that has a progressive populist agenda. That's it.
You want a populist agenda. You get your ass involved in the primary. See who's in the primary, and see if you can lodge out some of those old curmudgeons out. Get them out of office in the primary, right? That's what you try to do.
Yep.
And okay, say the curmudgeon survives. The curmudgeon will have gotten the pressure. Say, oh shoot, I got some pressure. Maybe I need to move.
Yep.
Maybe I need to ease off my position and vote the way, because if they're willing to primary me with 2 or 3 people the way they're trying to do right now,
right,
next time around I may not be successful.
So right? Check this out. I've been telling people this is the theme for this year, and you said it a minute ago, so I'm gonna play it for you. You ready? This is the mantra. This is the theme for progressives when it comes to the Democratic Party this year. You ready, y'all? If you don't know the song, this is the mantra for 2026. Apply that pressure.
Get it, don't be timid when you in it.
That pressure.
Yes.
This is the because let me tell y'all something. You apply the pressure. It is time for every single one of these candidates to understand they don't get a walk in the pass. That they don't get to just like go unopposed. They don't get to just walk in and become the candidate and represent you. They should earn the right to be your representative. They should have to earn the right. And then they have to keep earning it. They got to keep earning it, y'all. And if they don't, you need to start treating the people in Congress like you did your ex-husband and your ex-wife and divorce they ass. You don't need no term limits. You didn't need a term limit when you got married, did you? No. You decided when this shit was done working, you divorced and got done. You need to do the same thing with your people in Congress. When they are no longer showing up, when they are no longer doing the work, when they are no longer putting the interests of the people above themselves, it's time for them to go. I don't care who they are.
I put some heat. I've been calling Cory Booker's office because he on some BS.
I can't with Cory.
He on some BS. I've been calling this guy. I'm in New Jersey. He's my senator. He on some BS. Him especially. He has these dreams of being the next Obama.
He's not, and he will never be.
And he'll never be. And honestly, I think he got something else going on, and he's not trying to. If you know what I mean. I think he got something.
I don't know, and I don't even speculate. Like I so care. Listen, I don't
care,
yeah.
But honestly,
Mila, can you come here?
Dude, please. Like, what you doing, man?
Right. Listen, here's my thing. This is just where I stand. If there is not a primary opponent, will you get Tutu some water, baby, please? Thank you. If there is not a primary opponent that can beat Cory Booker, then come November, you vote for Cory Booker. And that's the same thing for all of them across the board, right?
Yeah, it's that simple.
That's it.
Reduction.
That's it.
Reduction.
And then because did you know?
I'll say this much, right? Yeah,
Alan Boy, do you realize that where we are in the House is down to 1 vote. So like if everyone shows up to vote in the House right now, and it's 2017 to 2015, if they lose, if the Republican side of Congress loses just 2 votes, it's a tie, which is a loss. Their margin in the House is down to 1. So I don't think that people understand. So listen, let me lay this out for you all. Thank you, sweet pea. All right. So listen, when you have a Democratic majority in Congress, okay, a couple of things immediately happen. You want the ability, and dear God, don't fuck around and get a supermajority. But let me just say this, you get a majority and all of a sudden you have the ability to put in some checks and balances when you talk about impeaching and removing people in office. When you talk about impeaching and removing members of the cabinet, when you talk about holding people accountable, this is where it starts. Y'all, there are 3 branches of government. Tell me what you can do in 2026 about the Supreme Court. Answer, not shit. Answer, not shit. What can you do in 2026 about the executive branch of government? What can you do that changes what the executive branch of government looks like right now? Not shit. Unless
right.
you change the middle branch of government, Congress, and then you apply that pressure on that middle branch of Congress, and then they do the checks and balances, and they do the changes that come from that are within the executive branch. What's up, Rob? This is how it works. Have you been in here when I rolled out my whole little plan on how to do this? Have you been in here, Alan Boyd? Okay. So this is my opinion about things that we can do right now. Okay. So in my opinion, it is realistic to be able to get 2, maybe 3 members of Trump's cabinet impeached and removed by the midterms. But you got to do it right. And there's an order in which I think these people should be gone after. Now, I will say this, there's a little news article happening now. There's a little something that could change the order in which we do this, right? That might throw somebody that was like a 7, right? Up into like a 3rd position. And that's Tulsi Gabbard, because there's a whistleblower complaint right now that she's hiding behind, right? And that whistleblower situation might bump her up some. Okay. But first and foremost, you start with Kristi Noem. And so this was my idea, Island Boy, about how you go about making the case and applying the pressure on the Republican members of Congress to get them on board with impeaching and removing Kristi Noem. And so one of the things that I said is, there's a database out there. You can easily go find it. ProPublica did one article. They're working on a second article where how smart would it be to go find the U.S. citizens that have been detained, abused, or deported by ICE, right, in this last 13 months in red states and in red districts, right? And then send your folks. So if I'm a member of Congress, I'm having my local offices, my people, my volunteers, I'm having my people go talk to them. We're having a conversation. We're having an interview. I'm putting clips on my social media. I am highlighting the fact that this Republican member of Congress is allowing this to happen to their constituents by this administration. You see where I'm going?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's the thing I'm saying. I find when AOC and Bernie Sanders were doing that kind of like tour earlier this year, I find there should have been more Democrats doing the same thing.
100%, right? All day.
They should have been doing the same thing. Now, some Democratic establishment people were like, because they still want this bipartisanship, which is dead.
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
They were wagging their finger at AOC and Bernie Sanders and all this stuff. Like, oh, you people are not legislating. What are you going to legislate against a fascist regime?
Right.
And they should have been out there going into, like Jasmine Crockett went into neighboring Republican districts, held town halls in those districts, and were telling the people what their representative was allowing to happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I think we need to do more of that. Invade their thing and tell them what happened.
So this is my thing. This is one of the things that people need to understand, it's not that you don't want bipartisanship. It's that you, right now, what the Democratic Party has to do is put themselves in a position that they don't need it. You understand? It's not that I don't want it. It's that right now I have to put myself in a position where I don't need it because the country is dependent upon that. And so guess what? When I don't need you to cooperate, your ass might cooperate. When I need you to cooperate and you are used to being in power like you have been for the last 18 months, and when you use that power to actually harm the people, you're not playing ball. And we've seen them do this. How many times did we see Republicans withhold their vote only to cave at the last minute when they did all their negotiations? How many times did we see that last year? Yes, baby. I don't care if there is some. Yeah. But so this is my point, right? They were the one holdout vote, and then they caved whenever they got what they wanted. And so my point is, no, it's not that I don't want bipartisanship. It's that I am going to, because it is in the best interest of this country for me to not need you.
We
Yeah.
have to steamroll over them, and we have to put a certain majority, and we have to put the fear of God in those Democrats who put in that position. No more conservative senators and blue dog House Democrats. Do not obstruct the agenda at all, because that's what happened. Because I have a long memory. I'm a Gen Xer, right?
Me too.
I remember what they did to President Obama. President Obama ushered in a huge supermajority of Democratic senators and a huge supermajority of the House. Nancy Pelosi had one of the largest House Democrat House memberships we've had in a long time, and Harry Reid had a large Senate majority. It was larger than the 60 vote threshold, right? Okay.
Yep.
Those Democrats got into office. They said a bunch of shit, but then next thing you know, Ken Conrad, Max Baucus, Joe Lieberman, and all of them mofos and these blue dog Democrats hobbled President Obama's agenda before the Republicans even got back control in 2010 for the House. We need to put the fear of God in those Democrats who we put into power, right?
Yep.
Okay. You will not stand in the way of the agenda because the conservatives did the same thing to Joe Biden again.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
And so this is why I'm saying.
Joe Biden again. And then Joe Biden was playing nice. Didn't want to alienate, Manchin. And no, when we need his vote, he confirms each other. No. This is a different time we're in. Yep. Right? Yep. We need to be hardball. Yeah. You need to be like Lyndon Baines Johnson. Roll up on these Democrats that are stopping stuff, intrude on their interviews, right? Say, yo, I'm rolling up. Let me do a joint interview with you, man. Yeah, I'm the president of the United States. They're going to tell him he can't come? Of course they can come. Listen. Of course they're going to let him on the set. I'm going to go talk to your people. I think the most important thing ever is literally is okay, because this is what I just really believe this with all of my heart. I believe that we need to be talking to the constituents of these people. I really do. And we need to be highlighting what those constituents think about the people that are representing them in Congress. What do we need to do? Yes. Because this is my point. He's Island Boy Pundit. Just click the little plus sign on the bottom of his box if you want to follow him. That's why I said the name of the game is pressure. The pressure is on those middle of the road Dems. The pressure is on the Dixiecrat Dems. The pressure is on those folks that, like it or not, folks, there are a fair number of people in the Democratic Party that support the agenda that is currently happening. They just don't like how it's being done. Kimberly, I did put this out. Kimberly, I did put this out in 2024. Yes. I was sitting right here in 2024, well before the election. But let me just be clear, folks. Yes. There are plenty of people, mostly white males, in the Democratic Party that absolutely align with the agenda of this administration. They just don't like how in your face it is. They preferred it when things were still covert.
They preferred it when things were, being discussed at the kitchen table and not on a sign outside the house. Like it or not, if you think that replacement theory is only something that scares Republican members of Congress, you are delusional, because it absolutely scares Democratic white men in Congress. 100%. Just like, you have to be able to call a thing. And those people have to be required to do their work to evolve and to grow as people. But listen, we're going to call a thing, and then we're going to do what we got to do. And what we have to do right now is win a progressive majority in Congress. Listen, for me, it's most likely, because of the way that our system is structured, that the people you're voting for are going to be running as Democrats. But let me be clear, the policy and the agenda that you are voting for, that you are going to require them to enact, is going to be a progressive populist agenda. Progressive populist agenda, which means we are for human rights, right? We are for everybody having access to safe, quality, affordable healthcare. We are for bodily autonomy. We are for access to maternity care. We are for reducing the number of maternity care deserts that we have. We are for decreasing our infant and maternal mortality rates. We are for people making decisions about their healthcare with their doctors, regardless of what you fucking think works for your life or what your God would approve of, because that's your business and nobody else's. We are for properly funding education and teaching accurate education, including history, even if it is uncomfortable, so that we do not repeat it and we learn the lessons necessary. Because in case you haven't noticed, we didn't fucking learn from the 60s. Had we learned from the 40s, 50s, and 60s, we would not be where we are today. We are here today because we made racism impolite instead of unacceptable.
I love that. Bars, right there. Bars. We made racism impolite instead of unacceptable.
100%.
Bars. Thank you. You should put that at the top of your profile.
They'll be coming in here for me for sure, right?
Yeah, bars. That's what's up.
But this is what I keep saying to people. We made things. I keep saying this. Look, we changed laws, but we didn't change the hearts and minds of people. Folks, let me just, I am for changing laws and changing systems. Here's what I know for sure with every fiber of my being, is that when you change the hearts and minds of people, it doesn't matter what the law says. We've seen judges completely disregard law and do right by people. We've also seen the opposite, have we not? Of course we have, right?
Yes, we have.
When we do the work,
pressure,
as
you said,
pressure.
It's pressure.
Exactly.
Thank you. You know, I was having a debate on another platform with another group, and the long story short, the people they didn't get the point I was trying to make about like Germany right now. The present status quo is that Germany has an atmosphere of accountability for what they did, right? Basically, they made the genocidal, the racist, the white supremacist fuel genocidal thing they did in their country unacceptable, right? They made it unacceptable instead of just impolite, as you said, right? And they accepted accountability for it. We in America, like, as I said, this is manifest destiny. There's an undercurrent of like, we are entitled to be this way. We're entitled to be white supremacists. We're entitled to be racist. How dare you try to tell us not to be that way? This country was made for us. This country was made for us pale folks. Okay? And this is how we are. We can't help it.
Yeah.
You know, in a sense, that is, and I find sometimes I feel a lot of like MAGA creators on here who get upset. at when we out here, we keep talking about their whiteness, we keep talking about how they are. The response they give us is kind of like, you keep telling us to stop being whitey. What do you want us to do? We can't help it. It's almost they say we can't help but be the way we are. It's almost like they're saying that. We can't help but be racist. We can't help when our fragility comes into play and we end up being nihilistic towards stuff that we need to survive and what you need to survive.
Yeah.
We can't help it. That is how whitey people operate. You know, and I'm saying you can pass laws and make sure you pass laws eventually moves the population socioculturally into compliance eventually.
So let me tell you guys something. So y'all know how we hear everybody, so many people today are talking about ICE and making the schmatzy reference, right? Don't we hear that all the time? Everybody's talking about they're the schmatzis. They're right. Can anyone tell me, Island Boy, you might not count because you probably already know. Can somebody tell me who inspired schmatzy law in Germany? Where did schmatzis...
Let somebody else answer that.
Yeah, where did schmatzis learn from? Who did they learn from? They learned from us. Jim Crow. You fucking got it. We taught schmatzy Germany how to be that. They learned it from our Jim Crow laws. So when you look at immigration and customs enforcement today, you need to go back further than and don't say, oh, look at them. They're like those bad people that did that bad thing in that other country that ain't us. You need to say, oh shit, look, we are back to being who we have always been in this country, except for that small window of time where we made it impolite.
Thank you. Bars. Oh shit, you cooking.
This is where it comes from, you all. There's been nobody, when people talk to me about slavery, I want to be clear. There's nobody that did slavery like the United States. Listen, y'all talk about what we want us to be great. The one thing we did better than everybody else was slavery. America, the United States of America, is who made chattel slavery. It's different than other types of slavery that existed in the world and around the world. This whole idea that you are property, you're not even a human being, and that your offspring are born slaves, that is not something that existed globally in the way that we made it here in the United States. I don't know if y'all don't know that.
The concept that you're enslavable on sight because of how you look, because of your phenotype, that's some OG, like Old Testament, like F shit. Like, damn, what?
Yeah.
Like and like freedom, like, and this thing gets into the whole point about ICE and slave patrol.
Because what they say, you don't look like you're a citizen. You don't look like. What does that look like exactly?
What ICE is doing.
Yes.
ICE is literally telling people
you don't look like you're a citizen. What does that mean exactly?
Dani, real talk, because of how you look, depends on where you are in the country, they may come at you and say, yo, where's your papers?
Oh, I know.
Because of how I look, and if they hear me talking, they hear my accent, hey, where's your papers?
Yep. Listen, I stay confusing people.
What's wrong with you folks, man?
I stay confusing people. Listen, the only thing people know for sure is I ain't 100% white. They don't know shit else. And that's been my whole life, right? My whole life, it's been, the things that I've heard is, what are you? What are you? Right? What are you mixed with?
Yeah.
You know, my whole life. And listen, to be clear, just so people understand, I have experienced racism from white people and bigotry and prejudice from Black people. The only difference between those two things is a power structure.
Damn, you cooking bars. Tell them again.
It's the only difference.
For you whitey folks listening that want to talk about reverse racism, listen to Dani right there. You need to listen to her again. Right the fuck now. Listen to that. Listen to what she just said. Listen, learn that shit.
So there is
learn that shit.
So appreciate that, BTTS. So there's an educator that I love, and I recommend her to white people often because she's white. And it's often easier to receive from someone who is like you. But her name is Debbie Irving, Debby Irving, Irving. When you go to her website, she has a little post-it note with like a bunch of them with different racial topics, right? And this is my favorite. It says, is prejudice, bigotry, and racism, are they the same thing? And the answer is no, they are not. And this is the way she breaks it down. And I've talked about this for years now. But here's the deal, right? Prejudice, we all have it. Prejudice is when you prejudge another group of people or another person without getting to know them personally. You don't have any other information. And y'all, I'm gonna tell you right now, I prejudge the fuck out of some of y'all. Come around. Listen, right now, if I see you and you are driving down the street and there's an American flag on the back of your pickup truck, I'm judging. I am prejudging 100%. I don't know you. And I'm just going to be honest about that fact. I am prejudging. If I scroll across my social media and your profile says conservative Christian, Jesus first, I'm prejudging all day, all day, right off the bat. Okay. But I own that. I know that. And so the key is, do I sit in that prejudgment, right? And does that prejudgment prevent me from getting to know you? And that's different, right? But so everybody can be prejudiced and everybody has prejudice, right? The key is to know what your prejudice is and to be able to move beyond it, okay? Second one is bigotry. Bigotry is different than prejudice because bigotry includes a negative connotation about that group that you're prejudging. So there's some sort of disdain, dislike, distrust. There's something negative, a negative ill intent that comes with that prejudice and that prejudgment. Now, the thing about both prejudice and bigotry is there is no power structure or involved, right? There's no power. I don't have any power over you when I prejudge you. And that power and there's no power structure that enables me to be elevated above you, right? Okay. So prejudice and bigotry, no power structure. I know Black people that are bigots. I know some Black folk that can't stand white people. Like not near one of y'all. They be like, fuck them people. And they be like, okay, we need to do it. Listen, I don't want no bank accounts with them. I want to desegregate our schools. I want to segregate our schools. I want to have, listen, I know Black folk that are absolute bigots. Hear me when I say that, okay? What they are not and what they cannot be is racist. Not in the United States of America. Because the reason is, in this country, what must be present for any of the isms, whether it's racism, sexism, ableism, right? What is required for an ism is a system in which one group of people has the ability to oppress the other group of people while elevating their group of people. And in the United States of America, there has only been one racial group that has had the ability to do that, and that is white people. White people control the banking systems, your education systems, your judicial systems, your policing systems, right? And so when you have the ability to set up a system and put your views to oppress and elevate into that system, that is what creates the ism, okay? So in the United States of America, now listen, take your ass to Africa and white people, you could say this shit might be racist. If in fact, there are laws and systems designed to oppress you while elevating Black people. It's not typically a thing, but if it were there, it could be true. It's just not true here. And it's not true in the majority of the world, right?
That's true.
Because in the majority of the world, even though white people are technically the minority in terms of population count, they are the majority in terms of power structures. And if you really want to feel uncomfortable, we can talk about how you achieved that.
But see, that's the thing. They're trying to erase that from the books. They're removing slavery exhibits in national parks. I think they just lost a lawsuit on that, by the way.
Yeah.
Judges are coming in and telling them, you gotta put that shit back.
Yeah.
And the stuff they tried to do with getting DEI out of colleges, they lost that lawsuit recently, and they didn't even appeal it.
Right. Because
and
listen,
so that's the thread that we can use to undo all this anti-DEI crap that they did for the federal government and all these workplaces.
Yeah. So Island Boy, here's my thing. They don't really give a shit about, listen, y'all, they committed slavery before we had a damn monument about it. Okay, listen, people knew, right? So let me just so when we talk about things that are, this is why they didn't appeal it, because they really don't care. It was something to distract. They really don't care. Like, that's an added benefit, right? It's a distraction. Because people are going to get riled up about it. It's the same way when they went back and they put the names on military posts, and they just found other racist, other Confederate people to name them after that happen to have the same name as the other person. That part is just a distraction. They don't give a shit, because they know in the vast majority of their court cases, it's over 70% of the court cases, this administration has lost. So listen, folks, I need y'all to be clear. I know that what we see in Minneapolis is upsetting, and it's horrible, and it's wrong. And it is also not indicative that they are winning, because they are not. They are fucking losing. They are losing every special election. They are losing in deep-seated red Trump country. They are losing in the court systems. They are losing, and they know it. And that is why they want you to believe that your vote doesn't count. It's why that's why they want you to believe that there's not going to be midterms, because dear God in heaven, if you realize that we are having midterms and they cannot prevent that from happening, they are fucked. And Steve Bannon told you, when that happens, they all go into jail, including his ass.
That's right. That's right.
They understand that, y'all.
You know what I like to do? I like to screenshot some of them saying certain things, screenshot the videos of them saying something, and save that shit for use later.
Yeah.
Because screenshot them, screen record them saying those things. Screen record, like, yeah, I mean, and there's another thing. One of the Heritage Foundation guy was gloating on TV, talking about, they were in the midst of the second revolution, and it will remain bloodless unless the left allows it to be.
Who, Kevin?
That hasn't aged very well.
No.
It hasn't aged very well, has that?
So the Clintons are going to testify this month about the e-files. It just came across. I'm not either, but I just thought I would let folks know that the Clintons have reached a deal to testify. And I say fine for them. So let me just tell you something. Here's one of the things. Do I believe that Bill Clinton was a womanizing asshole? Yeah, because I got eyes and I know Bill, right? Just saying. It just came across, Deb, like it literally just came across my feed from the AP. The rest of it, I don't really know, and I don't really care. If Bill was involved with anybody under the age of 18, if Bill was involved in any of that, be done. I'm cool with all that. So listen, I'm literally looking at Clinton's finalized agreement to testify in House Epstein probe, bowing to the threat of a contempt vote. So that's it. One of the other things, which I'm just going to touch on this for just a second, folks. The image of Zoran Mamdani. Yes, baby.
Go to the place I want to say.
What place, baby?
I want to have a lot of pools.
Oh, the place that has a lot of pools?
Yeah.
Okay. Spring break. Yeah. Spring break.
You know, we'll go to the beach and then we'll have a lot of pools inside.
Yes, I do. I know. I know where you're talking about when we went to the beach for spring break. Yep. Or last summer, whenever we went. Yep. Yep. We're going back.
I just want to go there. I want to go there back till I can swim on a pool again.
Okay.
I like the small pool.
I know you like the small pool. I know. Okay, baby.
So the big pool,
Uh huh.
the big pool tickles me.
The big pool tickles you.
Yeah, because there's much water moving.
Yeah, because there was a lot of water moving. I got it. Okay. We can do that, chick. Okay, so yeah, they are out today because we've had snow and ice, and so
Oh wow, okay.
yeah, she must.
Yeah, my kids had something. Like my kids had a snow day like early this week too.
Yeah, we had one yesterday, and then today. It's just because it hasn't been warm enough. It hadn't been warm enough for it to thaw all the way. But I want to mention this because you saw a lot of people talking about the image of Mom Dani as a child and his mother, supposedly with Jeffrey Epstein. Y'all have heard that that's AI generated. You all said so. Listen, I am not a fan of AI.
They're really doing that shit.
Yes, I am not a fan of AI. And people need to know that Elon Musk just completed the purchase of AIX. I don't know if you all know that or not, but Elon Musk just finished purchasing a huge AI deal. So not great. And this is why when I said that we should all be alarmed when they had the one big barbaric bill and they were going to remove the restrictions on AI, even at state levels. Remember that? They ended up taking that out. But I'm just telling you, all of that is significant. Yeah. So just so everybody really kind of, you need to understand that. And here's my thing. I don't believe that just because this is what I understand about really, really rich people. Just because rich people have a picture together doesn't mean that they committed the crimes together. Okay.
That's true.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that. Here's the other part that I said this yesterday, and I'm gonna say it again. Okay, folks, it really and truly right now in this moment doesn't matter who is in the Epstein files, other than what will happen is like Sarah Ferguson shutting down the charity that she founded after emails came out with her, right? So other than things like that, where you might see people stepping down from positions, leaving boards, we do not have a Department of Justice that is going to criminally prosecute anybody in them damn files right now. So
that's unfortunate.
But it's true, is it not?
I know. Yeah, it's true.
The only way that we might get any charges are for acts that are investigated because they were committed in states with Democratic attorneys general. That's the only way. If you committed any, so like anybody fucking around in the Southern District of New York, you might get it. Listen, if you in them files and you was at Jeffrey's crib in Manhattan, your ass might be done for. Because the Southern District will come for you, okay? But from a federal perspective, nah. It's going to be a dumb deal.
And that's a shame.
It is.
That is a real shame. And you know what he's talking about too? What he's overtly talking about? And this is the one thing which I know Joe Biden did it because, there's some, these preemptive pardons. They're talking about, Trump is talking about preemptively pardoning a lot of people in his administration if it looks like they're going to leave. And Biden did it because this is one thing people need to understand about Trump. And me, I lived in New York City for like years and years. And I'm the industry I'm in, we are very familiar with Trump, right? Okay, the construction and trades industry, we know about Trump all of that. One thing he's always done, he's always used process as punishment, the legal process as punishment to his enemies or people that he doesn't like. Okay? he now has the unlimited sources of the federal government to legally harass people. And it's couched in the constitutionally protected prerogative of the federal government of the executive branch to have investigatory powers. Okay? All right? So, oh my God. The thing about it is, he's been trying to harass, like, Joe Biden pardons people because he would have harassed them into poverty. They would have won their cases, like, you know what I'm saying, the members of Congress, Joe Biden's son, right?
Hunter, yeah.
Would have won their cases in court.
100%.
Right? They would have won their cases in court eventually, but they would have been severely impoverished as a result of it. Because they would have, the Trump administration would have been in grand jury. They had to hire a lawyer to defend them there, and then they had the cases, and so they win the case lower court. Trump steps up to the district court. They have to spend more money again to defend themselves in the district court. And then Trump takes up to the Supreme Court, and then they have to spend more money to defend themselves in front of the Supreme Court, which is hundreds of thousands of dollars. You know what I'm saying? Right? So he would have impoverished all these people that way. You know what I'm saying? And the preemptive pardons, you know, I'm just, I don't know. It's like he's harassing people right now, but then he's just going to pardon and cover his people on his exit.
But the problem with that is he can only pardon federal crimes. That's it. He cannot pardon state level crimes. And I'm telling you now, New York is coming for folks. Period. Like, that's just going to be a thing. And that is where, you know, when you think about the two properties, we know that he had 4 or 5 properties. But the primary properties that are mentioned in the probable cause warrant that was in the 2006 2007 case, those and the actual court case that he was arrested under, that's the Manhattan residence, and the one that Ghislaine was prosecuted under is the Manhattan residence. And so when you think about those two things, Salam Shimmy, right? When you think about that being that Manhattan residence, like, that's where Ehud Barak. So Ehud Barak is the former prime minister for Israel. He was with Jeffrey at that Manhattan property for, like, I don't know, 30 damn different times. Like, they have pictures of him leaving that property.
I don't understand people like that. Like, you don't think this is going to come back and get you?
No, they don't, because when you understand
these folks, man.
But Jeffrey, so listen, Jeffrey and Ehud Barak, they worked together to actually implement Israeli what am I trying to talk about? Like the security, the Israeli intelligence security, the software, right? You know what I'm talking about? They had that implemented in a couple of different African countries. But so Jeff, I mean, y'all, this is the thing. When people say people didn't think right, Pegasus, right? When people say, oh, they thought they were going to get away with it, why would they not? And the reason why they would is because they are literally dealing with presidents and prime ministers and princes from around the world. These are the people that are running the global society, right? When Jeffrey can send an email to the new second in command in Russia and say, hey, let me know if you need to know how to handle Trump, I can tell you, right? So Jeffrey Epstein ran military, he ran American intelligence, Russian intelligence, and Israeli intelligence. All three. Stacey D in the place to be.
Dude was an agent, was an operative.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, Alan Bro. Nice to meet you. I am Dani Ken. It is nice to have you on the panel. I heard you being very impressed, as you should be, with our dear sis. I was
So
like, this
silly.
brother new to this space. This is the first time he heard it. He's reacting the way we did the first time we heard it.
No, he's been here a while. He's been on the panel one time before.
But I'm
Yeah,
saying
you're not
the
here
things that you were saying to him.
Oh,
were
about
like, back in the day. We're like, oh yeah, I know. That wet our whistle, right?
Yeah, back in
that's how she
2024.
got us.
Some of us have been together since the end of July 2024.
Yes. We've been here for a minute.
I only started following Dani, I think 2025. That's when I first started following her.
Okay.
I mean, I've been on here for years too, but like, you know what this app is?
I know.
They try to keep us apart from each other.
I know.
You know.
Well, I'm glad you're back. I put a stake in the ground and plan to be permanent. Plant yourself a seed. Okay.
Yeah.
Plant yourself a seed and let it grow. Okay. So
I'm right here.
I was up so late last night and then had to be back at work at 6 a.m. So I've been listening and sort of napping, and I came home for a little work break, and I'm like, okay, I got some questions. So if you covered any of this while I was dozing off, I apologize. Okay. So when we get the supermajority back,
Yes.
right? When? Because it's happening.
Yeah.
And about 20 minutes ago, you rattled off a long list of the things that we want, what we're about, what we stand for.
Mm-hmm.
I am hoping, I would love to plan. I feel like it needs to be a specific list of those demands in a very succinct way that we can communicate to those, to our representatives.
Yeah.
Not just like fix childcare and fix healthcare and fix AB.
Yeah.
It's like, this is what we want. And this is how we want it. And I've thought about it, and I've looked at the data and the numbers, and I know you can do it. So make it happen. You got the list, right? I got the receipt right here.
Don't get on my damn nerves. But yes.
I got the Bill of Rights right here, okay?
Yeah.
All right, we're going to be cross-checking, check, cross that off. Okay, moving on, right?
Yeah.
As far as we have to vote for Democrats, we damn sure do. Don't get it twisted. One thing's for certain, two things are for sure. We have to put the purity politics aside. And as far as not having to be a Democrat, you absolutely do not, except for you need to check your state, because in Pennsylvania, I have to be registered as a Democrat to vote in the primaries.
Or a Republican. You have to. So
right.
because
yes. If I want to vote for Democrats, I have to be registered.
Yes. So
right,
primaries, because primaries are about selecting the candidate that's going to represent the party. In some states, you have to register as one of those parties in order to be able to vote in those primaries. That is not the case for every state.
Right.
So you want to look at your particular state and find out, do I have to be registered? I believe that that's a change that they're trying to bring in some of the southern states, maybe North Carolina, South Carolina, one of them, where you didn't have to be. It was just an open primary, and now it's being switched. So, or at least they want it to be, because their state legislature is bringing forth that type of legislation. So, but it also doesn't matter after you vote after that.
After you vote after that. So I missed a primary one year because I decided when I was like, I am absolutely independent and I'm not messing with these fools. So, and then I went to vote. I was like young in my political awareness, you know, I was in my early 20s, and I was like, oh snap. So I went back to being a Democrat, and I've never switched it because I'm like, I don't want to forget, and I don't want something to happen, and I can't switch it back or whatever. So I just stayed Democrat so I can make sure I can vote in everything. So I just wanted to mention that for everybody, to check your state and make sure that
that's my journey too.
Right.
That's my journey too. I used to be an independent because I was pissed off. And then I said, you know something, I want to be able to vote in the primary, and I missed the primary one year. I was like, I'm not doing that again.
Right. I'm not doing that
just
again.
Be a Democrat. They don't mean because I'm Democrat I can't think for myself.
It's
right.
a letter next to my name. It doesn't define who I am.
Yeah. And so for me, one of the things that I share with people all the time is that for me, I have progressive values and populist values, right? And the way that shows up in policy and legislation tends to be more often than not via Democratic candidates, right? It is not usually Republicans that introduce legislation on behalf of the average American citizen. Usually the legislation that comes from the GOP and that comes from the Republican Party is going to be pro-corporation, pro-wealthy and rich people, and not so much the rest of us, which is why I played that clip from Dr. Oz the other day. And he's actually has said it on multiple occasions now. Y'all, this is their This is a talking point that they are spreading. So he has made that same claim about having Americans start working earlier in their lifetime, work longer in their lifetime, in order to pay $3 trillion of the debt off via the taxes for Americans who will just be willing to work earlier, work longer, maybe not retire at all because they're healthier, right? This is a talking point, and he has said that with Ben Carson behind him, with RFK Jr. behind him, with a slew of people from the administration behind them. And so that's what people need to understand, is that they want the working poor in this country to finance their luxurious lifestyles so they don't got to do shit. And what they are
crazy. You know what's crazy about that? You know what's nuts about that? So Dr. R is talking about people people to pay for this and all that stuff.
Yeah.
How are you gonna have people working longer if you're actively trying to take away people's health care?
Yeah.
That don't make sense.
So here's what they mean. So you got to remember, they also believe in, many of them, especially the president, believes in eugenics. And so they believe that the stronger will, quote unquote, survive. And so, Janine, no, it's not. Let me play it for you, Janine, because I sent you an invitation for you to come to the panel. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do, Janine, for you, right? And I'm actually going to do it for everybody that's sitting here that's listening under the sound of my voice. Hold on a second. I got you, Janine. You ready? Yeah, because let me, hold on, Janine. I got you, boo.
Thanks, Griffin.
This is for you, Janine, because if you were a real person or interested in a real conversation, you would come to the panel. But you're not. But for everybody else that is in here that sees you saying that fake shit, I'm just going to be helpful. Y'all ready? So this is Dr. Oz. Y'all, not my camera being blurry because either me or my grandbabies have touched my screen.
Okay, so yeah, maybe.
Right. Okay. You see that?
There you go. Crystal clear.
So I'm going to play it for you. You want here it go.
I can hear.
We could get the average American, because they feel healthy, they're vital, they're strong, they have agency over their future, to start working a year earlier, right out of high school, or work a year later, not retire, or work better during their lifetime because they're healthy. It would generate about $3 trillion. $3 trillion.
So with your tax breaks.
That would more than remove the debt. It would provide us unbelievable strength, because the taxes on that $3 trillion would allow us to keep Medicare Part A solvent, to make a trust fund. It would allow us to make Social Security healthier, tremendous downstream benefits. But to do that, you actually have to invest in making sure people want to work the extra year.
So you have to make sure people want to work more. So poor people.
Wait a second.
Yes.
Yeah, what jumped out at me there is what he didn't say and what he chose to say. He only mentioned Medicare Part A.
Yep.
Why you only mentioned Medicare Part A, yo?
Right.
That's that crap that yo, come on now.
So
Like,
this is
they're just telling on themselves, man.
Listen, folks, they are telling you,
We could get the average American,
if they can get the average American to simply just work more. Listen, they don't want you to be healthy so that you can have more time with your family. They don't want you to be healthy so that you can enjoy more, vacation more, experience more. They want you to be healthier so that you can finance their lifestyles. They want you to work more, not them.
You know, it's funny because haven't we been hearing whenever especially when there's a Democrat in office, and that's the only time they care about the national debt, right?
Right.
We are burdening our children with this debt that our children and our grandchildren are going to have to pay off. And now they're like, guess what, grands? You can start working a little earlier and stay a little later.
Oh yeah.
Don't even worry about it. You're gonna have my yacht paid off in no time.
Yeah, 100%.
Right? In no time.
Yep. And
that is, sorry, Dan.
No, you're good, sis. And that's what I'm saying, right? So that's why I say getting people to understand that the objective for this current administration and from the GOP majority in Congress is not for the average person. It's not the regular people. They are not interested in your health and well-being for your benefit. Anything that might be a positive for you, they are interested in it because it works for them.
Right, 100%. But the thing is that I'm feeling, just how like they're out over their skis and they're scrambling now because they came in and they was doing too much and they thought that they would have everything on lock sooner than they thought they thought we'll be in good shape. We won't have to worry about the midterms and nothing. You're already working people to the bone. You're already screwing them royally economically, right? They can't afford their health insurance, or they've lost their health insurance. They can't afford this. They can't afford food. They can't afford to go nowhere. They can't buy a house. Can't afford to stay in the house they're renting, right? And so we're supposed to buy this idea from you now. You know how you fix it? Let me make it a little bit harder for you. I want you to start working earlier, and I want you to stay later.
Yeah.
I don't see the American people today, with the way these elections are going and with the sentiment, the national sentiment being where it is, that I don't see anybody getting on board with that. I don't even see MAGA getting on board with that.
Right. But the problem is that they're not, you don't see Trump putting this on Truth Social.
No.
They're not putting this in places where their base hears it. Right. So let me just be clear. They are not putting this information in places where their base hears it.
Right.
And but therefore, right. So go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just thinking a lot of the things, I mean, that's why they're messing with this app, right? Because the information is getting out there. And I think it's starting to spread like a wildfire. I think a lot, when you got Marjorie Taylor Greene, no fan of hers am I, but when you got Marjorie Taylor Greene posted up talking about MAGA was a lie,
yep.
Right?
Yep.
The information is getting out there. Like it's leaking like a sieve, and people are turning on him, and he knows it, which is why they're in panic mode. I don't think you can keep this type of information, this type of messaging from them, specifically because of social media. But the last thing I wanted to say was, as I was talking about our specific list of demands and going to our individual representatives with them, like, let's go, let's do it, is also not getting bogged down once we get in there. And don't get me wrong, I am for accountability. I just kind of like when you were talking about the Jack Smith trials testimony and how there were Democrats that were wasting time grandstanding. I don't want to see that happen when we get back in and waste time grandstanding with just impeachment after impeachment after impeachment and throwing shit against the wall. Like, if you're going to bring in impeachment, you better have that shit locked up tight. You better know where your votes are, and so we can move it along. I don't want to see, we've got too much to undo. We have too much to correct and too many new stopgaps and guardrails to replace and put in place.
Yeah.
To waste time grandstanding with a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
When we get back in there.
Yeah. So for me, I think there's multiple parts, but before I get into that, Stacey, real quick, what's up, Pascal? Welcome to the panel. What you got for me? Pascal.
Thanks for the gifts, guys. I just saw that. Thank
Let
you.
me I tried to unmute you. Did I mute you back? I think we did it at the same time.
Oh, yeah, no, it's fine. Big fan.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, too. I got to say thanks for that, too. Thanks for the gifts.
Big fan of yours. Definitely listening to what you were saying and what Dr. Oz said. And I'm gonna vent. Like, that infuriates me that he said that with his whole chest.
Yep.
How dare you? You've already squeezed enough out of the working class and you want more? Like, anything but to tax the rich. Anything else? Let's try to think of anything else. And it infuriates me. Like, I feel like telling them, why don't you go F yourself? Like, you've already gotten enough out of us.
Yeah.
And you want more?
Yeah, they do. And that's the part. So, and Pascal, this is what I think this needs to be. So can you imagine a world in which we took this clip from Oz, the clip from Trump where he calls affordability a hoax, and you took the one big barbaric bill's stats about the number of people that are losing Medicaid and SNAP benefits, right? And imagine if you put all of that into a comprehensive messaging campaign, and you went for those districts that had 5 to 10% margins, both in Congress and in presidential elections. And then you combine that with boots on the ground, like real field organizing and conversations with people. It's a populist agenda, and it will win regardless of party.
No, I definitely agree. No, definitely. I mean, I've always kind of felt that way, but it just, like, that just really, like, pissed me off. I'm like, and I'm trying to, like, settle down, and I'm like, are you serious? Like, dude, like, really?
Yeah.
You want more out of us?
Yeah.
Just anything not to tax the rich. It's
Yes.
like, and like, how do you sit in a room? Because these are people sitting in a room behind closed doors and going, and I just feel like, and probably I'm just making it, just simplifying it, but it just comes off like, how can we just continue to keep effing over everybody? Let's think.
Yeah.
Like,
so here's what I would offer you. I think it's reverse. I think it's, how can we get the most out of this? We've got a 4-year window. What do we need to do in these areas to get the most money, the most power, the most whatever while we can? And if you just happen to be in a group that gets fucked over in order for that to happen, you're collateral damage. It's just all the better. And maybe they'll get a little joy out of it depending upon who you are. But I think when we keep saying, you know how people say the cruelty is the point? No, it's not.
It's the gravy.
Yeah, the cruelty is the gravy. The cruelty is the whipped cream and the cherry on top. Yeah. The cruelty is, damn, he gave me extra butter on my popcorn because I was already coming to see the movie.
It makes it extra delicious.
It's the grift.
Gravy and everything.
It's the grift. It's the theft.
Yes.
There's something you said earlier, and what I've said before. What Trump and Musk and them did to this country, to the economy, to the Constitution. They did a stress test. They eschewed anything to do with morals, ethics, tradition, respect for the office, deference to branches of government, that kind of stuff. They've eschewed all of that. And it's about, they weigh consequences. They weigh laws. And they say, okay, is there a law that says I can't do this?
Yeah.
Okay. If there is, what's the consequence? Can I withstand the consequence?
Mm-hmm.
If the answer is I can withstand the consequence, then yes, we're doing it. We're going to break the law. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Has anybody ever tried to do this before? No, but it's highly unethical and it's against tradition. I don't care. Let's do it. Let's sort it out in court later. That's what they're doing.
Well, so they know that the court system works in their favor. They know, and they have the money to make. They have the money to delay the court system.
And not only that, the court system works too slow, and which is why. And I've done countless videos about this. This is why these shadow docket rulings by the Supreme Court are so infuriating to me, because basically they say, okay, let me let you do it for now until we work it out in court. So what happens? So the plaintiffs win in court years down the line. By the doctrine of the court, if the plaintiffs win, then the administration has to be able to return the conditions that the plaintiffs took them to court for, to return them to the conditions prior to when Trump took the actions.
Right.
And in some cases, that's impossible. People are now unalived. People are no longer in the country. People have lost businesses. People have lost farms. People have lost children. How are you going to return the country to the state it was before Trump Trump acted on an executive order. You know what I'm saying? You
Yeah.
can't.
Right. And that's what they
That's
know.
the thing I hate.
Yeah. That's something that they know.
And it's a deliberate strategy. And I'm going to say one thing to Democrats, right? Another critique for Democrats. Could you stop this one thing, simple thing?
Mhm.
Simple sleight of hand in terms of how you respond to the other, how you refer to the other side. Stop calling the other side your colleagues. No, it's a simple thing that would denote to people that you recognize they're not colleagues anymore. Colleagues mean your partners in traditional government, traditional constitutional government of the United States. If you're actively working, right, to coordinated bad faith to undercut and hollow out the Constitution of the United States, but leave it together on paper, then you're not a colleague anymore. You're not a partner in constitutionality of the United States anymore. You're an enemy. You're a fascist. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're an usurper. So stop calling them colleagues and keep calling them that. For instance, the Republicans, long time, like before President Obama got in, they made a slight switch up in how they describe the Democrat. They don't say Democratic Party, they say Democrat Party, which is a slur in itself. Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
Remember when they swapped that out?
Mhm.
And now it's so ubiquitous, people no longer remember when they did it, and they no longer understand what it means.
Right.
The Democrats need to do something like that. You know?
I think for me, like, so the things that I am focused on is if the Democratic Party wises up and gets on board with a progressive populist agenda, I'm for that. If they don't, I am for a progressive populist agenda overtaking the Democratic Party the same way the Tea Party overtook the Republican Party. Right? So
I agree.
So this is where I'm at. If the Democratic Party wants to stay valid and functioning and, vibrant and as part of what's happening in this country politically, great. They will get on board with an agenda that is progressive and works for the people. Not some regurgitated, reinvented neoliberal abundance bullshit. Listen, people are no longer believing in the prosperity gospel, so you can leave that abundance shit out, right? So here's the thing, Scotty ABC, I'm not leaning towards a party. I'm leaning towards an agenda, a policy. The agenda that I am leaning all the way into. I want you to think 1972 P Daddy. I started to say, y'all know the song. I started to say, just think in my ride, leaning. Y'all remember the dude leaning? I am leaning all the way in to a progressive populist agenda, right? Not to a party.
It's funny. I think this guy is talking about socialistic Democrat. Like, they use socialism as such a slur, as such a dig.
Yeah.
When what we're seeing right now is socialism for the rich.
It is.
They socialize the grift. They socialize the theft of our tax dollars upward to their people.
100%.
And now they have our money overseas in a bank in Qatar.
Yes. Yes. 100%. 100%. Hey, Elijah.
In a bank in Qatar. I mean, like, these people talk, socialist. Like, give me a freaking break.
So
who's stealing your money openly right now? The Democrats? Did the Democrats ever do anything like that? Come on, man.
No. But let me say, so one of the reasons why I love the phrasing, and I have to give credit to my friend Jim, because here's the thing. So I had some dude who kept calling me a neoliberal, and I was like, I don't really think that's me. Now, keep in mind, I'm a person that I don't really love politics. So like, I'm not a student of politics. And so I hit up a friend of mine and I said, hey, if you were going to describe me politically, where would you say I land? And he said, progressive populist. And I said, okay, tell me why. And then he did. And then I looked them up and I looked it up and I was like, okay, yep, that's me all day. And here's what I love about that is it's not part of any party. When you hear progressive populist, that doesn't fit with Democratic Party, Democratic Socialist, Republican, Independent, Tea Party, fucking Green Party, Working Party. Like it just, like it's simply about the policy and the agenda and what type of policy? Progressive. For who? The populist, which is the majority of the people. And that sums me up in a nutshell. So I don't really care about your party affiliation. What I care about is, are your policies progressive in their nature? Are your policies progressive, right? And who do you write policy for the benefit of? Who do your policies benefit? Because if your policies benefit corporations and billionaires and centimillionaires and the establishment, fuck you and your policies. No, thank you. That's where and once I got that, it was like, well, damn, I found where I belong. Like I found the name that sums up who I am. You know what I mean? And what I believe, right?
Your political identity.
Yeah. What, baby? Sure. And then in a minute, I'm going to make you some noodles. Okay. Noodles. Okay.
Noodles.
Right. My political identity.
Yeah.
And it's one, and here's what I love about my political identity is that it has nothing to do with political parties. Right? It has nothing to do with a party. What I know is that most progressive policy comes from Democrats, and that tends to be domestic policy. If we're talking foreign policy, no, it's not from either one. There's less difference between our parties when we switch from domestic issues to international issues, right? So I'm just saying.
Wait, say that again. There's less what?
So there is less difference between the Democratic and the Republican Party once you leave the world of domestic policy and you go into the world of foreign policy, right? When
that
you
used to be the case. That used to be the case, but I'm saying now with this administration, it's kind of being broken now. To be honest, I mean,
in terms of Congress, in terms of Congress, in terms of Congress, y'all say I don't think so anymore. I will tell you this: when AIPAC stops being the PAC that finances both parties' leaderships.
True. Thank you. True.
Okay.
I got you there.
Like just real talk. When AIPAC has the endorsements from both political leaderships in Congress, when they've got fucking Hakeem Jeffries and Mike Johnson all on their website, like both, when AIPAC is the biggest fundraiser for the Black Caucus and the Hispanic Caucus, when they put $19 million into a campaign to get Cory Bush out of office, when, like, for me, when I think about globally, show me where they're split. Show me where they do more than just grandstand and have like verbal spews on the floor of Congress. Show me where Democratic foreign policy is significantly different than GOP foreign policy.
I can't argue with you. That is why Mom Dani's win in New York City is so sweet. It tickles my stomach to see how they're fretting and they're like pounding the table and frothing at the mouth that he won. I love it. You know, I love the fact that he won.
Well,
I live in New York City.
There's a Democratic socialist mayor that turned around and won in the state of Washington right after him.
I love it. I
Yeah.
love it. Let's keep it going. Again, people, back to what Dani was saying in the beginning. The primary is where you do this work. The primary is where you do this work. The primary is where you agitate to kick these APAC-funded curmudgeons out of office.
Curmudgeons.
Yes.
I love it. I love that word.
That's where you kick them out of office. I mean, they some of them, like Mitch McConnell fell down again a week or so ago. You know, like, come on, y'all. Like, these folks, they gotta go.
So, Dani,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Ivan. Go ahead, Ivan. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead. I'm finished.
I wanted to ask what your thoughts are on how we shape an international policy that kind of breaks from what we've been doing, that would more align with our progressive populist values domestically.
Yeah. So, you know, for me, I'm a bit of a pragmatist sometimes in the way that I approach things. And so for me, that's going to be, it's in the top 5. It's just not in the top 2.
Yeah. No, I got you.
And so
I'm thinking down the road. I'm just, spitballing because we got bigger fish to fry. Charity begins at home. Put your mask on first. All the things.
Yeah. So, and this is what I'm saying about that. So, Rachel B, when you say need corporate Dems out, then this is going to be my response to you. Then primary them. And if you don't primary them, you still have to vote for them no matter what. I'm just being very clear. If you want corporate Dems out, primary them. And if you do not defeat them in the primaries, hold your damn nose, walk into the voting booth and vote for them anyway. Because the reality is that
next time.
Right.
Try again next time.
Right.
Next time the outfit lets you try again next time.
Yeah, Coco, not running for office. Danny Cook's place is not in office. Guys, this is the thing that is so important. The most powerful thing that you can do in this lifetime is know your role and where you can be most effective. Right? And I know you know, Coco, I'm saying it for everybody else that's in the room, right? Here's what I know beyond a shadow of a doubt. The place where I am most effective is not running for one singular office. Right? And so I know that. Now, let me just be clear. If I was solely interested in what's in the best interest for me, I'd be like, fuck y'all. I'm running for office. I'm going to get me some great government ass healthcare. I'm going to get my college shit stood up for all my grands. Like, we're going to be okay. Like real talk. Right. But that's not the objective. Right. That's not for me. That's not the objective. Mila, you got to calm down. For people who were asking, I want to tell you all something. So, if you go to 270 to win, there is a 2026 statewide primary calendar. If you want to know when your state's primary is, you can find it. Okay. So I'm going to give you like some of them. I believe some of them start in February, but I am looking at there's a whole like March 3rd is Arkansas, North Carolina, Texas. March 10th is Mississippi. 270 to win because that's what you need from the electoral college, right? But yeah, matter of fact, here I will put this in my link tree for you all so that you have it. But back to Stacy's question. So for me, when I think about yes, ma'am.
Did you?
Stan wanted to go in Pop house.
I know. I'm going to ask Pop when Pop is going to come get you guys. Okay.
Pop like us to go in Pop house.
Yeah, Pop likes for you guys to go to Pop's house.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
She's so funny. She still says your name cute, but she doesn't say it like she used to.
Yeah.
It used to be choo choo.
Yeah. Yeah.
BYU.
Yeah, she's going to be 5 on Thursday.
I was thinking about that yesterday. Like, Mila's about to be 5.
Yeah, Mila is about to be 5.
Mila
100%.
was barely 3.
Yeah, she was.
That's amazing.
Yeah, she
That's
was
amazing.
3
I have
and
a
some change.
5-year-old myself.
Yeah, this is my granddaughter.
Your granddaughter?
Yeah.
I will get 6.
Yeah, come here, little girl, real quick. Come
Mila
here.
Noodles.
She looks crazy, but you know, it's a snow day.
Mila. I had noodles last night for dinner, Mila. I thought of you.
Say hi, Auntie Stacy.
Hi, Mila.
She's adorable. Oh my goodness, she's adorable.
Go on,
She's the
girl.
EGOT.
Go on. She is. She's going to be my EGOT for sure. Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, Tony. Yeah, that's the kid for it right there. All right. But so to answer your question. So, all right. So here the things that I see. All right. So do you remember? So y'all know I have to tell the truth and shame the devil. Okay. So once the Democrats or progressives win the majority in Congress in 2026, the reality is that the majority of 2027 and 2028 is going to be used to shore up the holes that have been exploited in our government.
100%.
Okay. So, first, you're going to have some government accountability, and that comes with impeachment and removal. Kristi Noem, I believe, is first. Second, I believe, is RFK Jr. Third, I think you could easily make a case for Linda McMahon because of education. And those are my top 3 because I believe that those 3, Jules, I believe it will be much more difficult to get Republicans to remove Pam Bondi. There are Republicans. No, we cannot just do Article 2, Section 4. I don't know why y'all keep trying to find some quick fixes for shit. No, there are no quick fixes, people. I keep telling y'all, this is why Republicans win all the fucking time, is because what did Roger Stone say? I plan the work and work the plan. No, there is no quick Article 2, Section 4, Article 4, Section 2. There's not. Period. Okay. So Kaylin, they didn't send all of it, but they sent a good portion of the funding for the Department of Education and those areas within the Department of Education to the Labor Department. And we understand that, which is why part of the reason why Linda McMahon makes my top 3. When I look at the members of the cabinet that need to be impeached and removed, what I do, the way that I approach that, isn't just about who's done the most damage, who's the most atrocious, who is the most whatever. It's not that. It's a combination of where these 2 things meet. Who's doing harm and who can we get out? It is going to be much easier to impeach and remove Kristi Noem than Pam Bondi. It is much easier to move Republicans to be able to impeach and remove Robert Kennedy Jr., than Kash Patel even, right? Why? Yeah, Pete is top 4. He's not top 3. Okay, Pete is top 4. And my top 3 are simple. Kristi Noem, Linda McMahon, and then Robert. But actually, those 2 are reversed. It's Kristi Noem, RFK Jr., and then McMahon, because we are going. So you have to do Noem first because of human rights violations, and because those violations are occurring in Republican states and Republican districts, you can absolutely make that happen. The case is there to be made. You can start with the fact that almost 200 American citizens have been illegally detained or deported under her watch. Okay? So you start with her. And then second, you go to RFK Jr. And you go and you talk about the 800 plus measles cases that are in South Carolina. You
Yes.
go look at, I mean, just real talk. You go look at all of those are places where, listen, you go to the vaccine schedule. If you don't follow the American Academy of Pediatrics on social media, dear God, you should. Go see what the American Academy of Pediatric keeps putting out with regard to HHS and their changes to the vaccine schedules and all of that. You have pediatricians all across this country that are ringing the alarm bells as to the dangers of our children, right? So that's 2. And then 3 is when you go to the Department of Education, moving to the Department of Labor, and then removing protections for our most vulnerable children that have special needs and learning disabilities. Those 3, you can move the needle and you can 100% get Republican support to impeach or remove.
Can you talk a little bit about why it's harder to get Pam out?
Yeah, because so tell me what the Department of Justice has done. Can you name for me a U.S. citizen that is being devastated by the Department of Justice right now?
Right.
That aren't polarizing Democratic leaders. People don't give a shit about this DOJ coming after Tish James or Don Lemon for that matter.
Right.
Not real talk. Not if we're going to choose between that and our children. Mm-hmm. Right? Name for me a Republican that is coming out right now in defense of Don Lemon in Congress.
Yeah, they don't care.
Right, exactly. So when I talk about who is impeachable and removable, I don't want impeachment for the sake of impeachment. I want impeachment if we can remove. Period.
That's what I was saying. I was like, no never-ending impeachment hearings that are just clogging up the system for grandstanding purposes to throw some meat at the base. Like, no.
And that is why it is possible. The handling of her e-files, it's not enough to impeach. If it were enough to impeach, Becky, let me tell you how we know for sure that Congress does not give a shit. The Republican members of Congress.
But let's take my favorite charger.
Okay. Well, hold on a second, okay? Listen, if the GOP gave a damn about them e-files, they would not have withheld oh my gosh, they would not have blocked the representative from Arizona who was elected by her constituents to represent them, right? They don't give a good damn about the handling of those e-files. They don't care. They have literally held it up every 10. Listen, Mike Johnson sent everybody home to keep those files from coming out. So no, her handling of the e-files is not going to get Republicans to impeach and remove her. It's not going to happen. And here's the beautiful thing. Those are the 3 people that I named. Noem, Kennedy, and McMahon. You can get all 3 of them impeached and removed in 2026. And if you do that in 2026 and in the midterms, you get a Democratic majority, right? In Congress. They're not just willy-nillying replacements in. You now have majority Democrat oversight committees. You now have majority Democrat committees that aren't going to rubber stamp every fucking person who's been nominated. Right? So not only have you eliminated 3 members of the cabinet that are dangerous to this country, right? You now have shored up Congress with a Democratic majority that ensures they don't just dog walk in anybody that they want and get them confirmed to replace them. The other thing that you've done is you have now applied appropriate pressure on the other members of the GOP, right? So that, because as we head into 2028, holy shit. And their boy is going to be gone regardless, one way or the other. And now when you head into 2026, now you can tee up the others. Now you can take on a Pete Hegseth. Now you can take on a Dr. Oz. Now you can take on, and if you really want to be bold and brave, this one I think would be the absolute hardest, harder than Trump, would be getting rid of Russell Vought.
Mm-hmm.
Harder than Trump. And
Wait,
so
what
for
position
me,
does he hold?
you just keep, he's the head of the OMB. He's the shadow president. Russell
I know,
Vought
but
is the
what
fucking president.
Absolutely, but I want to know what his official title is.
Yeah, he's the director of the Office of Management and Budget, OMB.
Okay.
OMB. And so the reality is that you want to look at those cabinet members, huh?
Key author of the Project 2027.
Yeah, he wrote it. Stephen Miller cannot be impeached and removed, you guys. Stephen Miller is not in a Senate confirmed position.
He's just their lackey.
And by the way, Stephen Miller, and I said it and I'll keep saying it, Stephen Miller is a bitch. He's only as brave as he is because he can hide behind Russell Vought, and he can hide behind Pam Bondi. He can hide behind Kristi Noem and Tom Homan. Once you get rid of Kristi Noem and you get rid of those people, Pee Wee Herman's bitch ass is going to the House.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just keeping it real. Like, listen, you can size people up and you know who's about that life and who ain't. I'm going to tell y'all right now, Stephen Miller ain't never squared up behind somebody's house after school. Stephen Miller ain't never got off the bus and been like, fuck it, let's go, and squared up behind her while somebody else was keeping a lookout for the parents.
Why do you think that they moved out of their house and now living on a military base?
What is
They
this
live on a
saying?
military base.
Right.
They live on a military base. They don't want that smoke out there.
Right. Like he would never, like, I'm just saying, like, he is not the person that's leading the charge. He's just not.
Their mouthpiece. That's why he's so. Listen, maybe if he had his tail whooped a little bit, or got a few good licks in behind somebody's house in fifth grade, he wouldn't be such an angry little man.
Right.
I'm like, who hurt you, bro? Like, why are you so angry?
So I'm just saying, right? So that's why he's not. But so follow me. So one avenue that this is the journey. The journey is applying pressure to both Democrats and members of the GOP in 2026 in such a way that you do two things. You secure a Democratic majority in Congress, and you impeach and remove at least 2, if not 3 members of the cabinet. Once you do that, you have teed yourself up for a beautiful 2027. And in 2027, that is when you begin to put forth legislation that closes the loopholes that this administration has exploited and that they have outlined for future exploitation in Project 2025. Right? That's what you do. This is when you haul people's ass in, right? Because currently, you all, this whole move to put Department of Education over into the Department of Labor, once there's a Democratic majority in Congress with oversight, you haul those people in.
Mm-hmm.
And you say, absolutely not. This money was allocated for this particular department in this particular way, and this is how it must be done. Right? This is when Congress actually applies the checks and balances in the system. Xavier, we're not even talking about when are they arrested. Nobody's getting arrested until we have a different DOJ. And we are not there yet. This is again why we lose so damn often. Is because people are like, okay, so listen, can we work the first part of the plan first? Because nobody is ever going to be arrested until we secure a Democratic majority in Congress and get some checks and balances back in the system. That's step 1. Step 2 is actually doing the work to demand government accountability and getting members of this cabinet impeached and removed.
Mm-hmm.
That's step 2. Step 3 is then using that Democratic majority Congress to rein in this very out of control administration and actually hold their feet to the fire with the accountability of what they are supposed to be doing. They don't get to just take the money that Congress has appropriated and do what the fuck ever. There are certain things that they are supposed to do, right? So that's the next part. At the same time that you are doing those things over here, you got some government accountability, you got some checks and balances coming back on, right? Now you're also impacting who are the cabinet replacements. Now the GOP is like, oh shit, if I'm not up for election in 2026, but I am up for election in 2028, and I see that the playing field has changed, maybe I'm open to impeaching and removing other people. Maybe I'm open to
my shit.
Yeah. All of a sudden, it's a different game. Or as Roger Stone would say, things are very fluid at this moment. Things are very fluid at this moment.
Fluid at this moment.
Right?
Love it. That's true. I love that quote.
Right? And so you use that to say, okay, so this is the beginning. And then if you're really, really smart, then you start to work upon, in my mind's eye, with that Democratic majority in Congress, now you propose campaign finance reform legislation in 2027. And you position that campaign finance legislation in such a way that anybody on any side of any aisle that opposes it is against the people. And you apply pressure, because by the time we get to 2028, we need to have reduced the amount of dark money, the PAC money, and the abuse of finance campaign regulation as much as possible. So that's what you do. Boom, right there. Campaign finance reform. One of the first things on the agenda.
Can we at the same time or shortly thereafter address immigration, since it feels like, or is that one of the holes we plug up? I mean,
campaign finance reform is one of the holes that we plug up, right?
Immigration reform has to happen because of and I feel like it's a winnable thing because everybody's tired of this bullshit.
Yeah, but follow me. So you got to understand, as soon as you impeach Noam, some of that immigration shit is going to settle down automatically, right? Some of that's going to settle down automatically. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to fix this. All right. So once we get to this place where we talk about campaign finance reform in 2027, because you now have a Democratic majority, right? The next thing that you do is you take care of ACA tax subsidies so that people can afford their health care again. That's next. You want to listen, Democrats, you said that you shut down the government so that people could have access to their doctors and that so people could eat. So you propose amendments to that one big barbaric bill, right? And you absolutely 100% get SNAP benefits and Medicaid back into the lives of the American people. Right? Oh, no, sometimes it'll go past that if I'm still going, right? Resolution, I don't know what your point is when you say you have an independent candidate too. That's not the point. None of this says saving the United States requires only voting for Democrats. It doesn't say that. It says requires voting for Democrats. And just because somebody is an independent doesn't mean that they are progressive and doesn't mean that they have a populist agenda either. Well, I mean, I know you know, but you've said it like 5 or 6. You said it at least 10 times that I've seen where you keep saying, I support an independent candidate in Chicago. And I'm not really sure what the purpose of the repetition is other than to say, okay, we get it. But I don't understand the relevance of that in this conversation. Because here what we know to be certain is that independents have the independents have a much longer road to getting elected. And right now, I don't have time for long shots. I need sure things. Now is not the time for revamping whatever. Nope. What's necessary right now is what we can absolutely make happen. Where do we have the greatest percentages for success? And what must we do to make them happen? Because I don't know of any multimillionaires financing independent candidates for Congress right now. I don't know of independents that are running for Congress that have just ass loads of money where they can actively compete, where they can gain the name recognition and the exposure that they need for enough people to know who they are and what they stand for in order for them to win. And so that's the point for me, right? So next,
Wait, before you go to next, it's impeach and remove, plug the holes. What was the third point again? After you plug up the holes.
Campaign finance reform is one of the holes that has to be plugged, right? But campaign finance reform. Next is going after. So I personally love Bernie's resolution that he has on the floor right now to take the $75 million that is in the ICE resolution and reallocating that to pay for the Medicaid, for the ACA tax subsidies. I'm down for that all damn day.
Okay.
Right? Those types of they're that type of work where we are taking a look at, for example, the largest budget that the Department of Defense has ever had, and Congress does a little continuing resolution, right? And what did we learn about continuing resolutions last year, guys? We learned that one of the reasons you make it a continuing resolution is because it doesn't require the same hoops to jump through, right? In order to get something passed. That's what the Republicans did. The good thing, though, is that it has to be a direct budget, right? A direct issue. And you can do that. So a continuing resolution that then funds the tax, the ACA tax subsidies and SNAP benefits, right? Okay. Because that's immediate relief for some people. That's immediate help for American people. Okay. So those are like my top, whatever. Immigration is, when you talk about immigration reform, they don't need more money, find out. They don't need more money. But let me just be clear. When we talk about tackling immigration, that is not a simple fix, and that is something that is really complex. And so I would look at it and say, what bite can we take out first? What's the bite that we can take out first? So you guys have heard me talk about, thanks, Lizzie. You guys have talked about, so my little immigration plan that I have had for like a decade or more, because I don't really do policy and shit. But anyway, so this was, y'all know I'm a veteran. And so one of the thoughts that I had around our immigration system is all across this country, we have closed military bases. And typically when we close military bases, we sell them back to the town or the county, whoever it belongs to. And sometimes they do something with it. Sometimes it just sits. But the reality is that the surrounding community is devastated because those military people are what fueled the local economy, right? And so one of the things that I suggested is being able to take having contracts with those counties, with those local governments, with those states for those posts again. And if you think about a military post is like a standalone city. It's like a standalone town. Okay. It has its own daycare center. It has its own grocery store. It has its own kind of Walmart, which is like a PX. It has its own hospital. It has its own auto shop, right? And it also has housing for for families. It has family housing, and it also has. They don't have schools. They don't have schools. They have daycare centers, but they do not have schools on post. But they also have housing for families, and then they have barracks for single people, right? So when you think about that, the other thing that a military post has is controlled access in, controlled access out. So one of the things that I have said is renegotiate, have contracts with these communities that we used to have. Yeah, but most do not, especially in the Army. Dana do, right? So every Army post I've ever been on, we did not have schools. We did not. We went to school out in the city. But anyway, that's not really, I'm talking about from where you pay for services. Okay. I'm talking about where you pay for services. I saw you, Beach Bum Wannabe. So follow me. Just check it out and listen, y'all. Good God, y'all are going all the way over here, and that's not really the point. The point is, how do we use this for immigration? So a military post also has controlled access on and access off, right? So what do? Instead of building these horrible detention centers like people are in jail and like they're not human beings, or taking children away from families, you take our folks that are going through the immigration system. I got you, Island Boy. Appreciate you. Come back anytime. And you house those people on our military bases. You know who's there. You know where they're assigned to live. They can work in the PXs, in the auto body shops. They can work in the grocery stores. Many of these people come here and they are doctors in their own country, or they're nurses, or they are mechanics, or they are engineers, or they are whatever, right? And the same way they can apply for work permits, and in any other way, you can do this. You can do the same thing here, right? You have family housing. You have access on. So when people leave, if they get a job out in the local community, guess what? You have a system where you see them leave post and come back to post, right? So they're not being held prisoner, but you absolutely know where those people are located at, okay? You hire veterans. You hire veterans to be the MPs. You hire veterans to work on post. It's an environment that they're familiar with, especially like when you have military folks that are transitioning out of the military. It is oftentimes very difficult to go back into regular civilian society. This is a great opportunity to employ people that are coming out of the military that have served the country, and you have them work on the post. You are now also stimulating the external economy, because there are people, that whole town that turned to shit when that post closed down now has people revitalizing that community again. And guess what? When it's time for them to go for their immigration hearings, you know where they're at. They're not in some crazy ass system, and we're not losing children or any of that. And we are already introducing them and integrating them into American society, period, right? So then what do? Then the same way that you have student loan forgiveness for people that are signing up for ICE, you do student loan forgiveness for attorneys and judges that are willing to work immigration cases in those local communities and in those areas. You give student loan forgiveness for attorneys and judges who are willing to work immigration cases. All right. So you move that. Yeah, I know, Chris. And so you move through the system. You move the immigration system along faster than it needs to be. So those are just like small, so these are things that Congress could do that would provide an immediate impact on our immigration system, right? And eliminate the clog that we have that keeps people from moving through the system the way that they're supposed to. Right? Yeah. Yes, ICE is getting student loan forgiveness. Yes, KD. Yes, they are.
They sure.
So
big bonus.
Yeah. So to me, this is something that could be easily worked, and it's not as difficult as changing Title VIII law, right? But it has an immediate impact.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so it demonstrates to the people that we are interested in a system that works for the people, right? And we're taking steps to things that would provide impact right now. Okay.
Can I just one thing? I feel like we've discussed this at some point before, and there was pushback. Not that I'm bowing to pushback. I just too am a pragmatist, and I like to be ready.
Yeah.
With the answer to the objection. I'm hearing people. I'm hearing talk of reservation in my head when it comes to the posts.
Mm-hmm.
Is that like a reservation? Are you holding them captive? But I see it as kind of like the military. Like the military are, for all intents and purposes, United States citizens, and it's performing a function, and it's not detracting from their rights as U.S. citizens. And these folks aren't U.S. citizens yet. This is
So
right?
listen, this is it's a step up from a fucking detention center. I can tell you that, right?
Right.
So that's number one. Number two, those local economies would thrive from the influx.
And that was my second point. I think we have to work the numbers and put that out first.
It's easy. It's easy to do. You want to know how you do it? So listen.
No, I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying with the numbers, because that's what everybody's always complaining. Our tax dollars going to these immigrants. It's like, and we know, those of us who understand how these things work know that they are a net positive. But I think if we're going to propose a project like this and we lead with how could we possibly get $500 million a year? I made that number up, and then you tell them this is how. They're so focused on, that's a lot of money. We could get a lot of money from them, instead of them feeling like in their feelings about it costing them money. Even though we know.
I mean, I think the thing for me, the reason why this is an easier fix is because the bases have already existed. So we have a starting point of what this community and what these regions look like when those bases are populated by people who are working and contributing, right? And so when we talk about those folks, the base already exists. So the base is either going to sit there and rot and not be used for shit, or you're going to use the base to stimulate the local economy, right?
It's a great idea.
And those individuals are working either on the base or out in the community. And so it's great, because here's what we know, and what was proven to be true in New York is when people are able to work and they get a debit card that is loaded with their wages on it, they spend that money in that local community, right? So you now have these immigrants that are in our system. We know where they are. They are being treated as human beings. They are with their family members. They are working. They are contributing to our society, and they are spending that money in those local communities, revitalizing the community. Right?
Fiscally responsible to me.
Right. And so for me, this is one of the ways that you could do something and make an immediate impact. And in places where there aren't military posts, guys, all over. Let me tell you something about real estate, folks. One of the hardest things to do is to take a building where a business has failed and then put in a new business and make it successful. It is harder to rebrand an existing building than it is to build brand new, which is why we see so many shopping malls and old school malls that are just sitting empty, right? So how many of my folks, so like if you are sitting, how many of you all where you live have some sort of, no, that's not because of the corporate business. That's because it's already been associated with a failing business. That location it already has something around it. You know what I mean? It's just more difficult. People like new and exciting rather than revitalized shit, right? So follow me. Imagine in your in your areas, and you've got a mall that is sitting empty, or that mall is sitting and there's only 2 businesses in it, or you've got a shopping mall, right, that is sitting empty, and all of that. Do you know how easy it would be to take a shopping mall, redo the inside of those businesses so it's all one connected structure, to be able to turn it into living areas over here, to be able to do this with old hotels, old conference centers, old industrial buildings, old warehouses, things that could be easily converted into immigration centers where people could become part of the community. And guess what, folks? You do it the right way. Not only are they investing in the local community, but they create ties and relationships to where, hey, you want to stimulate your population? Great way to do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's the same principle, Sin. It's the same principle. They still go to the same places. It's still the same principle. So what are we doing? We are having contracts with local states, local governments, and we are revitalizing areas that are dead and decrepit. And you are putting people there that want to be there, that are happy to be there. It costs a whole hell of a lot less to redo those places and equip them with living, breathing people that are ready to do the work and happy to be here, right?
Right.
And then everybody is kind of like already existing. You see what I'm saying? So these are practical things that right. And then people have jobs, and it stimulates the local area as well. So I'm just saying, when I look at, in my opinion, Congress has never wanted immigration to be fixed.
Right.
Because,
that was my next thing.
Yeah, because if it is fixed, they don't have anything to run on that triggers people, and they might actually have to do their damn jobs.
Which is why the impeach and remove thing has to happen first. We have to fix Congress before we can move forward with these, because they'll block it.
So this is why I'm saying, they would actually have to work. And so this is part of that long-term goal. So like right now, every single person should be contacting your folks in Congress, especially the Democrats, and saying, have you signed on to Kristi Noem impeachment articles? And if not, could you share with me why?
Mm-hmm.
Have you signed on to the impeachment articles for RFK Jr. that have been sitting there for over a month? If not, could you explain to me why? Right? All of these things, that's part of the pressure. That's part of the accountability.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So for me, I look at it as a whole multi-pronged approach as to the things that we can actually do, that we can implement, that we can make happen. Okay.
Very pragmatic.
Yeah, because give me a task. I like to do shit, fix shit, get it done shit, right? I think that
emotional.
Yeah.
It's not emotional, which is why people are like, when are you going to arrest them? Listen, again, like they said, this is why we lose. But if you are feeling overly emotional, like I just need to see him in cuffs, then you should probably take a step back, because you're leading with emotion, and we need to lead with what will work and what will stick.
Yeah. Explain why I think what, G Money? Explain why I think what? Because I think I've been explaining the fuck out of everything so far.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I need some water. All right. So after that, it's hard to plan any further than that, because you don't know what the playing field is going to look like at that point in time. But immediately you have addressed healthcare subsidies. G Money, I don't think that. I didn't say that. So yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. What was I saying?
You've addressed healthcare subsidies.
You've addressed the ACA healthcare subsidies. You've addressed SNAP benefits. You've addressed the current immigration system, right? In terms of the actual system itself from within the country. A lot of times when people talk about fixing immigration, all they talk about is encounters at the border. Yeah, babe.
Bella cheated.
She did?
Yeah.
What game did she cheat at?
After throwing both together.
We were holding the balls to each other, and Mila cheated.
Uh-huh. So you cheated back after she
Yes.
cheated? Okay, listen, cheating does not work. Nobody cheat. So yeah, so you've already addressed healthcare, you've already addressed SNAP benefits, you've already actually taken action to have a positive impact on the immigration issues that are in the country, right?
Mhm.
Right? And it's going to take you 2027 to get that shit done.
Right.
Okay. Probably into 2028. But then as you do that, now you are shoring up things as you prepare, right? So, and don't forget that campaign finance reform, which
That's
I
number
want to,
one.
which I want a different phrase for. I want a different phrase for campaign finance reform. I hate that fucking phrase. I think that it's been overused and underperformed, to be quite frank, right? So I have to figure out what I want to call that, right? But it has to be something different. And so I think when you start at those places, you get to a point where the country is actually working more for the people than it currently is today, and more for the majority of the people than it currently is today. Okay. And when the country is working more for the people, when it comes to their healthcare, when it comes to their food, and when it comes to just their livelihood, right? You will find that people will not be interested in arguing over whether or not somebody should use a bathroom, go see a doctor, have a procedure, or read a book, because they actually have wins in their own life that they can be focused on. Right? When people are happier with their life, they are less interested in micromanaging yours. Right? People who are truly happy with themselves and with their lives aren't interested in trying to micromanage you and your life.
Yeah. It's the converse of misery loves company.
Right. So, this is a pretty simple thing. And immediately the other thing that I would, another reason why I would say HHS is huge is because of the work within the CDC and within WHO. Those things have to be, we have to shore that up. Our children are suffering.
Yeah.
Guys, our babies are literally suffering.
Yeah. And the risk of hepatitis now that they've taken that off the schedule.
Yeah, 100%. So, yeah. The other thing that I think should be included, and this is just me, I believe that we should have some sort of legislation included when we talk about, I almost said election integrity, right? When I talk about election integrity, one of the things that I think about are laws and regulations in place around the use of AI and the use of money and lobbying for the spread of false information that you know to be false, right? I really think that that is something, like when you have a guy like Jack Bergman who does a fucking documentary on HBO and says out loud, I am one of the leading Republican political consultants, and we lie to people. And we do it on purpose. We lie to people. We use disinformation on purpose to sway people. I believe people like that should be prosecuted. I believe they should be criminally prosecuted, because to me, it's the same and similar as attempting to defraud the election. You know what I'm saying? And yes, Lulu Bell, we absolutely need data mining and data broker regulation, 100%. I think one of the biggest things that that the next progressive administration needs to tackle is the decentralization and the demonopolization of our industries, our tech industries, our healthcare industries, our education industries, taking the power away from the Jeff Bezoses, the Mark Zuckerbergs, the Elon Musks, the Larry Ellisons. Just like back in the 80s, y'all, I'm a Gen X girl. Just like back in the 80s when the FTC broke up MCI, right? When Ma Bell didn't get to do this big merger. I absolutely believe that increasing the federal funding for the FTC in order to bring in more lawyers, more and all of those things. I think that has to be like high on the totem pole, because until it's reducing and eliminating the amount of dark money, disinformation, and misinformation, right? And so that's another thing that I think the next Democratic majority Congress and the next Democratic administration need to just full on take by the reins and fuck anyone who says, oh, that's big government or that's too much regulation. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on. Because what we have learned and what we know is that corporations left on their own, left unchecked, do not do the right thing by the people. They don't. They do not do the right thing by the people. If deregulation of corporate and special interest groups actually worked, guys, we would have never needed the regulations that we put in place. If that shit worked, you would not know who Erin Brockovich is. Okay? You would not even know her. But it doesn't work. Okay? So, listen, I've been on here for a long ass while, and your girl is tired. I don't even know what day of the week it is. Is it Tuesday?
It's Tuesday.
Okay.
Yeah. Appreciate you letting me up and having that chat was great. Great.
Absolutely.
Right moment.
So Stacey D, did I send you I did send you a link. Remember the link to the thing that I said that I was working on?
With the local people
to the project thing. And I said, do you want a sneak peek? Remember that?
Oh, yes. I thought you were something else. Yes.
Go back and sneak another peek, because I've put more in it. And the conversation that you and I had today, more of that is also coming as well. In that. So go take a look. The goal is March 1st to have it completed and ready to launch. So
Love it.
Yeah, appreciate you, sis. Love you, mean it. All right, folks, listen. Bye. Love you, mean it. If you are not following me across the socials, please do that. The socials are at the Dani Cook. Appreciate it, PTTS. And the podcast, which I'm behind on again because I didn't know we were going to have snow and blizzards and shit the way that we have, but we have. It is the Dani Cook Show is the podcast. My Discord is the best way to stay connected to everything, right? And there is a subscriber side and a non-subscriber side to Discord. If you are watching me on TikTok, make sure you go up here to this little red heart, click it, and claim your points. Please do that. I will be back here again tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be an early day for me because I have therapy. So tomorrow the goal is to be live at 9 a.m. 10 o'clock at the latest. So 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. tomorrow if I don't make it on by 9. Okay. Other than that, that's all I've got for you today. I appreciate you all. If you soul dude, I saw you say, I don't want to let you talk. That's not true. You were on the panel. You said that Island Boy was too long-winded for you and you couldn't wait. So listen, beloved, you chose to leave the panel. Don't whine because I didn't bring you back up. You had an opportunity. You threw it away. You just have to deal with those consequences, right? That's how life works. So just suck it up. Come back tomorrow. Yes, baby. Okay, well, I'm coming. All right, love y'all, mean it. Happy birthday to the incredible Sandy again, and I will see you all later. Peace. Girls, enough, please.